Good morning, everyone. Hi. It's another week, another group of hearings. Today, we are starting, Hi, I'm Senator Liz Krueger, Chair of the Finance Committee, joined by my special guest co-chair, Gary Pretlow, because Helene Weinstein is still out on medical leave, but hopefully will be back with us soon. So again, today is the budget hearing on Economic Development Executive Budget. It's January 30th. Hopefully, this hearing will last till around 2 o'clock, and then we'll be starting a second hearing. We do these every once in a while. They never work out time-wise, just letting you all know. For anyone watching who thinks they're starting at 2 o'clock, keep your eye on who, what, where, because you're probably not starting at 2 o'clock, but let's be optimistic. Again, this is a joint fiscal committee of Ways and Means in the Assembly, Senate Finance Committee relating to the governor's proposed budget for state fiscal year 24-25. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and legislative law. Today, the Senate Finance Committee and Assembly Ways and Means Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for the New York State Empire State Development Corporation, the New York State Office of General Services, the New York State Council on the Arts. Following each testimony, there will be some time for questions from the chairs of the relevant committees and the legislators from those committees as well. I will now introduce members of the Senate, and Assemblymember Pretlow will follow up with members of the Assembly. And I will start out introducing my Democratic colleagues and then turn it over to Tom O'Mara, who's the ranker for the Senate Finance Committee, to introduce his members. So let's just pull out my list of who's here already. And additional senators and assembly members will come in and leave during the day. We will try to make sure to introduce each of them as they arrive. We have Senator Chu, Senator Ramos, Senator Sean Ryan, our chair, and Senator John Liu. And Tom O'Mara, who would you like to introduce?
Good morning. We have with us Senators Pam Helming, Dean Murray, George Borrello, and Jim Tedisco. Thank you.
Okay, Assembly.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Pretlow, the chair of the Assembly's Racing and Wagering Committee and co-chair of today's hearing with my good friend, Senator Liz Krueger. As she said earlier, I'm filling in for Helene Weinstein, who is still recovering. Hopefully, she'll be back next week. I just want to introduce the Assembly members that are here. We have our Chair of Small Business, Assemblywoman Warner, Science and Technology Chair Steve Otis, and newly minted Economic Development Chair Al Sturpey. We also have our Assemblywoman Pat Fahey, Assemblyman Braunstein, Assemblywoman Jackson, Assemblyman, was that? These are all women. Okay. Assemblywomen Lunsford, Assemblywoman Buttonshawn, Assemblywoman Tapia, Assemblyman Simone, and Assemblywoman Darling. I want to introduce my friend Ed Ra, who will introduce the members of his conference.
Thank you, Mr. Pretlow. We're currently joined by Assemblyman Marr, Assemblyman Gray, Assemblyman Gandolfo, and Assemblyman Lamondis.
Great.
And Assemblyman Friend, our ranker on economic development.
Everyone's friend.
We've also been joined by Senator, Webb and Senator Serrano. And, oh, no, that's all so far. Thanks. Senator Dabo, I also believe somebody referenced he's here. Before we start with our presenters, some basic rules of this room. It was redone this year, and it's by and large all radically better than it has been for many years for us. There were some issues with the microphones last week on our first test week, but in fact, they were fixed throughout the night and into early morning. So we think they are actually all going to work better for you to be able to be hearing each other and you in the audience be hearing. Please note the microphones in front of you. have to be pressed to green when you're talking and pressed to red when you're not talking because they're brand new. Some of them are pretty stiff and you have to push really hard. So you'll think, what's wrong with me? It's not you, it's that these are brand new and they will soften up supposedly the more they are pressed on and off. But it's helpful for remembering that you don't want to be saying things on microphone when you didn't mean to say them on microphone, because the whole state of New York is listening. We also have new visuals here and here. We're thinking of trying to put like really pretty scenes of the outdoors in the back to remind you you're here, not outside. But it's also, we have the language access so that people can read along with anything that's said, which is actually extremely helpful to people, both here in our conference, in our event, and also those watching throughout the state of New York, because of course this is live streamed to anyone and everyone on both the Senate website and the Assembly website. We've also improved the Wi-Fi, so for some of you who have spent too much of your lives, like me, in this room, it's amazing how much better technology is working because of the new improved system down here. Also, for people who don't know, and this is more for the legislators, if you are a relevant chair for this, for whatever panel we're on, you get 10 minutes to ask questions. If you're a ranker, you get 5 minutes. If you're just a member, not a chair or ranker, or even a chair but not relevant to that panel, you get 3 minutes. When we finish the government panel and we go on to the public panels, everyone just gets 3 minutes. The importance of understanding the minutes, and you have clocks here, and they have green light, red light, yellow light, and there's beeping if you get to red. The total number of minutes is both for the question and the answer. So legislators, if you know you have 3 minutes, if you spend 2 minutes and 30 seconds asking your question, the chances of you're actually getting an answer, no fault of the panelists, is almost impossible. So for testifiers, if you know you can't possibly get through the full answer to the questions, or even you got a stump you question and you don't know the answer right away, you can always send us in writing the answers, and it's actually very helpful, and you send it to Senate, Finance, and Assembly Ways and Means, and we make sure your answers are distributed to all the members, whether or not they were the one to ask the question. I think that's the basic rules of today. So now I would like to introduce.
Can I interrupt 1 second, Senator?
Of course.
We had
Please.
a few members have come in since I last announced the members of the Assembly that were here. A few members of the Assembly that were here, a few more have come in, so I'm just going to read off their names. We have Assembly people: Boros, Santos, Saletti, Simon, Cunningham, Taylor, D'Alessandro, Carroll, Vanel, Jones, and Rivera. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've also been joined by Senator Bailey.
And a great pharmacist, Pitt McDonald.
And just also, because, just to make sure that Assemblymember Pretlow understands that Assembly members who want to be put on the list to ask questions should either get his attention or get the attention of the staff right behind him. I see many hands being raised, Rich Ankowitz. And the same for the Senate. If you'd like to be on the list for questions, you should get my attention. And I think you all have my text, so you just text me usually. So with that, are you seeing the, okay, I think they're working on it. Oh, sorry. And so for also, one more thing, I'm sorry, before we start. Because we have so many legislators here, some are sitting in this row behind the table. When their names are called to ask you questions, if the people either on the far right chair or the far left chair would give up their chair, let the person come forward, ask their questions with a microphone at the table, and then trade back afterwards. Okay, I think we're now Ready to go?
I'm ready.
We're ready to go. Great. So I want to introduce Hope Knight, the Commissioner of the New York State Department of Economic Development and the Empire State Development Corporation, Jeanette Moy, Commissioner of the New York State Office of General Services, and Erica Mallon, Executive Director of the New York State Council on the Arts. Each of you will have 10 minutes to read your testimony, or better still, highlight the bullet points from your testimony if you know it's going to be longer than 10 minutes. And then after all three have testified, we will then open up to questions. Thank you. So we'll start with you. Good morning, Hope.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairwoman Kruger, Chairman Pretlow, and distinguished members of the legislature. I'd also like to acknowledge Assembly Members Sturpey and Warner as the new Economic Development and Small Business Chairs. I look forward to working with you both. Congratulations to Assemblymember Bronson, too, on his new role as Labor Chair. I'm confident that we will continue to work together. Senator Ryan, I look forward to continuing our partnership this year. My name is Hope Knight, and I serve as President and CEO of Empire State Development and Commissioner of the New York State Department of Economic Development. I'm joined today by ESD's Chief Operating Officer and Executive Deputy Commissioner, Kevin Eunice. Thank you for the invitation to discuss Governor Hochul's executive budget. This year has been a great year of momentum for ESD. Our dedication to supporting small businesses is stronger than ever, including our commitment to minority and women-owned businesses. Thanks to the added investments from the governor and the legislature, we have eliminated the longstanding MWBE certification backlog. The state has also exceeded its MWBE utilization goal for state contracts, achieving more than 32% during the last fiscal year, the highest utilization rate in the country for the third straight year in a row. In this year's budget, Governor Hochul is proposing to extend the MWBE program for another 5 years so that we continue to build on these achievements. This year's budget also includes a funding increase for the Entrepreneurship Assistance Centers, the first funding increase in 15 years. These centers do incredible work supporting entrepreneurs across the state, offering services like business training, individual counseling, and access to capital. The majority of the clients are minorities, and more than half of the participants do not have a 4-year degree. These centers are typically located in disadvantaged communities and are a vital resource for those wishing to pursue their dream of running a business. Investments in disadvantaged populations are critical to promoting shared economic growth across the state. In the last fiscal year, over 60% of ESD's awards have been to small businesses, and more than half of our projects are in disadvantaged communities. Under Governor Hochul's leadership, we are making historic investments in New York's most valuable asset, its people. ESD's Office of Strategic Workforce Development focuses on expanding training programs for quality jobs and high-growth industries and ensuring these opportunities are targeted to historically marginalized communities. To date, the office has supported training for over 11,000 workers with over 400 business partners. Every award from our office is serving disadvantaged populations and offering wraparound services such as child care support and transportation vouchers. This year's budget contains an exciting new workforce development proposal, OnRamp, or the One Network for Regional Advanced Manufacturing Partnerships. Through this initiative, regional centers will provide training to disadvantaged populations to create an on-ramp to promising careers in advanced manufacturing. These centers will offer wraparound services and will leverage local partners and employers for direct job placement in the advanced manufacturing sector. Our targeted investments into creating the workforce of tomorrow serves as a valuable business attraction tool and is one of the many reasons New York is leading the country in reshoring manufacturing. However, our successes have resulted in a shortage of shovel-ready sites for incoming businesses. To address this directly, Governor Hochul has proposed $100 million for a new round of Fast New York, the state's premier program to create shovel-ready sites. This investment will further the state's business attraction efforts and continue New York's momentum in growing the green economy and semiconductor industry. Site preparation was critical for attracting large companies like Global Foundries and Micron, which helped solidify New York's position as a leader in advanced manufacturing. To promote continued growth of the semiconductor investments in New York, the governor recently announced the state's support for a new EUV lithography tool and related center at the Albany Nanotech Complex. This groundbreaking public-private partnership will put New York at the forefront of semiconductor research and development, ensuring that the next generation of chips are developed here in New York. These chips will also be critical for advancements in artificial intelligence, which will be one of the most important technological advances of our lifetime. Through the governor's Empire AI initiative, New York will empower its world-class research institutions to pursue ethical advancements in AI to create new jobs and attract investments to our state. Tesla's recent announcement of a $500 million supercomputer in Buffalo also shows New York's boundless potential for AI and autonomous vehicle developments. As a part of our comprehensive approach to economic development, we support Governor Hochul's commitment to growing the state's housing stock. This is vital because companies have told me that they cannot consider locating to a state that does not offer ample housing. To address this, the executive budget commits $500 million to support infrastructure upgrades at state-owned properties, which will accommodate thousands of units of housing and encourage the growth of the state's workforce. Throughout all of our work, we remain deeply committed to the principles of transparency, accountability, and data-driven decision-making. We continue to work diligently to make the agency more accessible and more transparent. Last year, we launched a new user-friendly database of economic incentives, and I appreciate all of the engagement with the legislature to strategize ways we can continue evolving this important resource. I am proud of all that ESD has accomplished this year, and I'm excited about what these new initiatives will achieve for the state. I look forward to continuing to work closely with all of you to deliver results for all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. Our next testifier is Jeanette Moy from the Office of General Services. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Greetings, Chairs Kruger and Pretlow, ranking members O'Mara and Ra, and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Jeanette Moy, and I'm the Commissioner for the New York State Office of General Services. I'm joined today by OGS Executive Deputy Commissioner Thomas Natito. Thank you for the opportunity to share the work of our agency and all that has been accomplished since I last testified before the legislature, as well as to talk about the impact of the governor's executive budget on this agency. Governor Kathy Hochul's executive budget proposes $1.38 billion for OGS, which will enable our agency to advance her commitment to improving government operations and service for all New Yorkers. The proposed budget will allow OGS and its 1,900 employees to continue to provide operational and logistical support services for state agencies so that they can focus on their core missions effectively. Our services are vast. We manage 20 million square feet of the state's real property and 468 leases comprising of another 12 million square feet. We provide shared services, processing transactions for 44,000 state employees. We provide $660 million in annual budget and accounting services for our clients and directly manage human resources for another 6,300 state workers. We also administer to 1,500 centralized contracts with award values of up to $30 billion. Under Governor Kathy Hochul's leadership, we've launched a 5-year strategic plan this year, which outlines how OGS will incorporate transparency, customer service, sustainability, and equity across our operations. The executive budget will allow OGS to make demonstrable progress in this agency's plan, as well as our shared goals of making government work better for all New Yorkers. OGS's role as a support agency is to ensure that state government runs effectively and efficiently. We do this by utilizing data to help the state to make informed decisions and by instituting policies, processes, and system changes that allow our partner agencies to function. Last year, we built out a project management office, and this year, we will be standing up a data analytics team. These functions together will support the governor's ambitious agenda for more data-driven state government. For example, enhancing the state's real property database and ensuring the state is able to use these properties for more strategic and beneficial purposes, such as meeting the governor's goals of developing more affordable housing. Our real estate portfolio includes over 150 state-owned buildings and structures totaling more than $7 billion in assets. We serve approximately 30,000 tenants and thousands of visitors, and most of these state office buildings were built between 1965 and 1975, with their critical systems reaching the end of their useful life. We are making prudent investments to meet the needs of the state's workforce. With a hybrid work a part of the modern workplace, we've launched a pilot for ITS and OGS employees so that we can best learn how to adapt our existing spaces. The proposed budget will also allow us to continue this work, along with the long-awaited Capitol Eastern Approach restoration project and completing work on the Hawk Street Passage and Capitol Courtyard. These projects will improve our state's capital's most prominent and historic public spaces. Now, in addition to the significant work on OGS facilities, our agency also provides design, construction, project permitting services to over 50 state agencies. Our current workload includes $1.4 billion in active construction projects and another $2 billion in design development. This year's successes include the completion of the wedge wire screen system at the OGS Hudson River Pumping Station in Albany, installation of the Ruth Bader Ginsburg portrait in the Capitol's Great Western Staircase, construction of the first segment of the Adirondack Rail Trail for DEC, and making substantial progress on DMNA's facility modernization efforts, from designs for the Lexington Avenue Armory to breaking ground on their Troy Field Maintenance Shop. Now, across this significant footprint, we've been laying the foundation to help the state meet Governor Hochul's climate goals. In partnership with NYSERDA and NYPA, we're managing a state program to convert the light-duty vehicles and the light-duty fleet to zero-emission vehicles by 2035. We are actively planning over 138 ports at 39 state facilities, representing 10 agencies, the first tranche of approximately 1,400 chargers across the state. OGS also began implementing telematics into our vehicles to improve performance and safety while providing greater insights into vehicle operations that will ultimately facilitate our transition to a carbon-neutral fleet. We've held the first EV car show for fleet managers and worked with agencies to craft their EV transition plans. Finally, OGS was integral to implementing first-in-the-nation clean concrete guidelines to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in state construction. OGS will also advance the governor's call for the state to lead by example as a member of her decarbonization leadership program. In partnership with NYPA, we are developing plans to decarbonize major state facilities, including right here at the Empire State Plaza. That plan will lay out steps to accomplish an approximately 50% reduction in carbon emissions at the Plaza complex in the next 10 years, and will examine opportunities to achieve full decarbonization long-term. This will result in meaningful reduction in emissions in a disadvantaged community right here in Albany, improving air quality and health for local residents. The governor's executive budget includes $50 million for energy efficiency and emissions reductions projects in support of the implementation of Executive Order 22, and we hope to use a portion of that funding to jumpstart this important work. As we restore our facilities and assets, we've also reinvigorated our cultural programming, focusing on community partnerships and adapting our events and exhibits to better reflect the diversity of our state. We've expanded the state's annual in-person tribute to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by partnering with other state agencies, including the Anti-Hate and Bias Campaign from the New York State Department Division of Human Rights, and curated joint programs with our agency partners, including the Chief Disability Officer, the Office of Mental Health, the Office of Prevention of Domestic Violence, and the Office of Veterans Affairs, among so many others. These steps help to make New York State more equitable by honoring and celebrating the diversity of our communities. Along with our partner agencies, we are working to improve the customer service experience for all New Yorkers. This year, we began the first phase of our e-procurement initiative for centralized contracts, launched a e-procurement solution for our design and construction contracts, and hosted our first Gov by You, a fully online procurement conference for state agencies, authorities, municipalities, and nonprofits. The executive budget will enable OGS to continue to make it easier to work and do business with the state. Working with Chamber and ITS, we will help to establish a statewide customer experience infrastructure for our agency partners. We will also build on the recent expansion of the Digital and Media Services Center, ensuring that agencies have access to user-friendly digital products and services that will allow them to better connect with New York businesses and New York residents. And this year, our Office of Language Access celebrated its first anniversary, launched a statewide listening tour, and a Know Your Rights campaign for limited English proficient communities. The proposed executive budget will help establish a state employee certification program for oral and written language skills. In closing, the governor's budget will enable OGS to begin addressing our aging infrastructure, modernize and innovate our operations, and support the state response to complex challenges that are facing the state today. I am proud of our progress in making New York a healthier, stronger, more resilient, and more equitable state, and we applaud the governor's investments and priorities in this year's executive budget. I look forward to continuing to work closely with many of you as we deliver for all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity for letting us speak this morning, and I am more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Before we introduce our next testifier, we've also been joined by Senator Hinchey and Senator Claire, and I think Senator Tedisco. Do you have any assembly members to intro?
Yes, I do. Assembly people, Zaccaro and McDonald have also joined us.
Okay, thank you. Our next testifier is the Executive Director, Erica Mallon, New York State Council on the Arts. Good morning. I know, it's very hard. Thank you.
Chairs Kruger and Pretlow, Chair of our committee, Senator Serrano, other members of our committee, and all of you here today, thank you for the invitation to address you. I'm Erica Mallon, the Executive Director of the New York State Council on the Arts. My first day at NYSCA was January 18th, exactly 12 days ago, and I am honored by the opportunity to champion the greatest and most innovative arts and culture sector in the world. It has been my experience, and I know this to be true of other organizations and artists, that NYSCA's support has always been the stamp of approval. It spurs growth, leverages additional support, and has always embraced the creation of new work and programs that have influenced artists and audiences around the world. On behalf of our chair, Catherine Nichols, our council members, staff, and the vast cultural industries of New York, we are immensely grateful to the governor and to the state legislature for your vital investments in the arts in FY 2024. The state of our sector is that of active and ongoing recovery, and this is true for our state and the nation. But is the funding provided by the governor and the legislature that has been instrumental to sustaining the work of artists, organizations, and supporting new ways of working in these pivotal times. NYSCA's grant-making wholly supports the diversity of our state, both culturally and geographically. We serve rural areas, small towns, and a major global city. We seed and grow organizations and support individual artists to cultivate their highest creative powers. We partner with others to increase our impact and provide much-needed capital investment in all 10 regions. And we overwhelmingly support small and medium-sized organizations. These tend to be organizations that have less access to consistent funding. For FY '24, 50% of our grantees have budgets under $500,000 versus 7% having budgets over $10 million. And relevant to this time of recovery, we have seen a significant expansion in the number of artist applications and first-time grantees. This is truly inspiring at this moment, as many of these grantees make up the next generation of creative thinkers, art makers, and global influencers. And this investment returns real and significant dollars, contributing over $144 billion back to our state, employing over 450,000 workers, constituting almost 8% of our state's economy, driving tourism, boosting revenue for local businesses and services. Annually, NISCA serves over 3,000 artists and organizations across all 10 regions through its various programs, re-grants, and partnerships. For FY24 to date, NISCA has awarded 2,400 grants totaling $81 million. So what does our funding look like? One of the most important ways that NISCA supports the field is through general operating support, funding the everyday, turning on the lights, opening the doors, and producing world-class art. And often NISCA is the only source of this kind of support. Secondly, we support New York State artists, more of them than ever before, who are leaders in their craft and catalysts for our communities. Some of our grantees include Buffalo String Works, which provides music instruction for marginalized youth, or the Bronx Documentary Center in New York City, whose mission it is to share documentary media to thousands of South Bronx residents. Or filmmakers, Michelle Stevenson and Joe Brewster's, whose documentary, Going to Mars, the Nikki Giovanni Project, was just shortlisted, like a week ago, for an Academy Award. Or it's Catskill-based visual artist Jordan Castile, who recently was selected as a MacArthur Fellow, one of the highest achievements one can receive. Over our history, NISCA has helped grow iconic organizations like Alvin Ailey in New York, the Everson Museum in Syracuse, the AKG Museum in Buffalo, the Eastman Museum in Rochester, and the Saratoga Performing Arts, to name a few. And our strategic partnerships and grants also expand our reach, like Arts and Corrections in partnership with the Department of Corrections, Arts on Canals in partnership with the New York Power Authority, and Art New York, their Creative Opportunity Fund, which funds small theaters. Our capital projects are also crucial to supporting new construction and facility improvements, ranging from new HVAC systems to new ground-up buildings. We are immensely grateful for the significant investments in capital funding the governor and legislature have made for arts facilities. And since 2018, NISCA has awarded $182 million in capital funding, supporting 283 projects across all 10 regions, with 67% of these grants going to organizations with budgets under $5 million. Our FY24 capital project opportunity just closed this month with over 260 applications. Those awards will be announced this spring. But some of our recent projects include Art Space Utica Lofts to support newly constructed a 40,000 square foot building with space for low-income artists and their families to live, work, exhibit, and perform in downtown Utica. And Lake Placid Arts Center in North Country, which will build a new, modern, LEED-certified arts complex, greatly expanding access to our top-tier arts program as the only year-round arts facility in a 45-mile radius. As NISCA's reach expands, so do the measurable benefits of the arts. As I said before, our arts and culture sector delivers an astonishing return on our investment. It returns $144 billion back to our state and employs over 450,000 people. But to zoom in on a local level, here are some recent studies. The nonprofit sector in Western New York generated $380 million in economic activity, including $189 million in audience spending, and supporting over 8,000 jobs. In Westchester County, the nonprofit arts sector generated $182 million, supporting over 1,500 jobs, with attendees spending an additional $36 per person in that local community. And in Long Island, where the nonprofit sector generated $330 million, supporting 5,000 jobs, and with attendees spending an additional $37 in that local community. And in a recent study on the most art-vibrant cities and counties in the nation, every city, every county, measuring state and federal funding, visitor bureau, and private investment, and the number of arts workers, both Oneonta and Ithaca, in addition to New York City, made the top 40 list. I am grateful for Governor Hochul's continued investment in our arts and our cultural organizations and her forward-thinking initiatives that champion access to the arts for all, the work of artists, and the critical role they play in our society. These initiatives include a focus on public art, which is always the first point of access for everyone, and artist fellowships in state agencies to bring creative and a humanist approach to how we serve communities and the state. We know that NISCA can lead the charge to innovate in this field, develop best practices, and become a bank of ideas to best serve New York and beyond. We want to look at ways that we can support new leaders and our vast workforce, create high-profile convenings that showcase our grantees' artistic excellence, and cultivate new partnerships across our field and in our communities. Finally, I believe artists and cultural leaders are some of our greatest influencers and futurists. And I believe that NISCA is uniquely poised to influence the field, and with our core programming and new initiatives, inspire the next generation of art makers and cultural leaders. Again, I am extremely excited to have this opportunity to champion arts and culture in our great state. I thank you for your unwavering support and look forward to working with you in the coming months. And I welcome your questions.
Thank you, everyone. We're now going to start our questioning with Senator Sean Ryan, who is the chair of, what are you the chair of, Sean? You are the chair of Economic Development and Commerce.
There we go.
10 minutes for Sean. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody, to the NISCA director, welcome. Really happy with the things you're doing all around the state. Happy to hear, shout out for Buffalo String Works, which is just a very small nonprofit who for years did their thing, had no idea what NISCA even was, but somehow you are all married together now, and in addition to a lot of local funding, state fundings coming in for there, so we appreciate that. Commissioner Moy, last year we spoke a little bit about just escalators that were no longer being used in this building, and we see that you're making an effort to sort of box in those redundant escalators. We appreciate that. Looks much better for the public, so thank you for keeping an eye out for that. Commissioner Knight, great to see you again. Last year, we talked a little bit about the database of deals, and I've noticed that's advancing quickly. We appreciate that. I imagine it's not the final iteration. Last year, when we spoke of trying to make sure that on that database, if an IDA subsidy was layered in, it would be apparent on the database. That area of the database is still somewhat, I think, incomplete, where it references if this includes the IDA subsidies, which would give you the inference, if the answer is no, that there are no IDA subsidies. But I noticed several projects with IDA subsidies said, it doesn't include it, but it doesn't let the taxpayer know that another source of income, taxpayer money was layered in. So if we can continue working on that part, we'd appreciate it. So most of the questions we all have about about economic development is it working? So in the 2022-23 budget, we called for an independent audit of all the programs. So happy that audit will be completed, and actually, fortuitously, it's being released tomorrow. So we can look at that, and I expect to have further conversations about that. So what we endeavor to find out is, what programs work and which ones don't. And in this year's budget, we have a big capital investment going into the SUNY Albany, a continuation of money there. I think it's nearly $1 billion in a two-step program. And then we also see money going into the Artificial Intelligence Consortium. How do we measure success of these state investments? You can either talk about Albany, which I think will have just shy of $1 billion. I know the verbiage said we hope to attract $500 million of private investment. So how do we measure success on that program?
So thank you for your question. This EUV tool is going to be a cutting-edge piece of equipment that continues to help us solidify our place in the semiconductor industry.
Yep.
Kevin Eunice has been working on this program with partners, and I'll have him talk a little bit about the partnerships, and how we see the return on investment with this tool.
Thanks, Hope. Thanks, Senator Kevin Eunice. So with the high NA EUV, it is, as Hope said, this incredible investment in the sort of the future of semiconductors, which, as I think you know, is really so integral to the future of our economy, of all economies, really. The project specifically, though, leverages $9 billion in partnership investments. So our $1 billion will be met with $9 billion direct commitments by the partners.
Those partners have already committed contractually for this money?
They are. We're still finalizing contracts, but we have terms, MOUs with all of them, where they commit to their spend to leverage. And then there's an additional, we expect there's the CHIPS Act included what's called the National Semiconductor Technology Center, which is almost $12 billion in federal funding, which we expect to see a substantial portion of that and get invested here. And the high NA EUV tool really positions us in a way that no other state or organization in the nation, if not the world, can
So play that
meet.
out. If the $9 billion comes in, how does it ripple out into the greater economy?
So with this industry, we see roughly $16 of leverage spend against each dollar spent in the industry. So tools are purchased. People come and work in these communities, buy homes in these communities. There will be tens of billions of dollars direct and indirect investment as a result of this $1 billion of state investment.
So you mentioned people. Does that mean there's going to be people working jobs?
Yeah, so directly, there is 700 jobs committed by the partners. And again, the multipliers associated with this industry, roughly 5 jobs indirect for each direct job. It's a very high multiplier. We expect and really that's just the beginning. The NSTC will bring hundreds of jobs as well.
So with the 700 jobs, when do you think we're going to get those, and do we have an idea of what they pay?
Those will be largely realized over the first three or 4 years and then maintained for the duration, and they pay very well. I don't have the numbers, but these are largely PhD researchers. They're very highly paid.
And will you report out the number of jobs that have occurred based on the state investment?
Yes.
Excellent. So, and then what about the AI consortium? Is that bench research? Is it commercialization? What are we doing there?
So we have convened 7 partners to be involved in this Empire AI Consortium. The governor has said that whoever dominates the AI industry will dominate the next era of human history. And right now, private sector companies are dominating R&D and AI. And this provides for an opportunity for public and private institutions to be involved in cutting-edge AI R&D.
But what do they do with it? Is this just pure bench research, or are we trying to commercialize this? If patents come out of it,
We're focused
what's
on
the end game?
We're focused on ethical output for AI. As I said, private sector firms do have these supercomputers that are involved in R&D right now. The public sector, public interest does not, and we're trying to create this almost like a public utility to be able to influence productive uses of AI.
Okay. Be happy to continue to observe that as it unfolds. The New York redevelopment of underutilized site for housing, which does spell New York Rush. I've noticed that most of your programs actually spell a word. I think that's remarkable. You probably have people on staff who are grammarians.
They're very
figure
good like
this out.
that.
Yeah.
Very good with that, yes.
Yes. So housing on state-owned facilities, how is that going to work? And are you folks going to be doing housing programs? Is Kevin Eunice going to stop doing digital stuff and get into framing houses? What's happening?
So New York Rush is to support the increase in housing supply.
Okay.
And so many of our underutilized, unused state sites needs tremendous infrastructure support, and we imagine that this funding would provide the support to deal with the infrastructure.
So you got a 10-acre site in Stony Brook. Is the state going to come in and be the subdivision developer? We're going to lay streets, put in curbs, sewers?
It depends on each site. You know, I can give you an example. In Eastern Queens, Creedmoor, it's a state-owned site. We'll need streets, we'll need utility upgrades. I can imagine that a site like that would be able to access funding from the New York Rush program.
And do you plan on keeping that money, or is that going to get pushed out to HCR or another agency?
This funding will be shared across a number of agencies that are involved in redeveloping state-owned land.
So when that money goes out, it always then becomes a challenge about whose reports on that money and what are the outcomes of the money. So when the money leaves ESD and goes somewhere else, then ESD says, we don't really know what happened. Then if HCR sends it somewhere else. So we just ask you to keep in mind that, you know, we just really are looking for, you know, transparency, but also we want to go back to our taxpayers and say, this was a wonderful program. It yielded benefits for our community. But often it's really hard to figure that out, especially as the money goes from agency to agency. But
So
thank
we'll
you
make
so
sure
much.
that we track
Yeah,
the funding.
excellent. Always the challenge. Thank you very much.
Great, appreciate it. Our next testifier is from the Assembly.
Thank you, Senator. I think Assemblymember Sturpey, our Chair of Economic Development, has a question. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Let's stay on the RUSH program. And how many additional housing units, you know, can really be expected from this program? Any idea?
So hard to say right now. You know, the governor's calling for 15,000 units of housing across these state-owned sites that we have identified.
Are there any regions in the state with particularly high amounts of underutilized state property?
I think it's all across the state.
Well, would this program prioritize the creation of affordable housing?
Well, we always want to create affordable housing when it's possible, so we would work with HCR to do that.
Okay. I'll go back to my normal complaint every year, Centers of Excellence in CATS. And, you know, as we recognize that the return on investment in those programs is very high, probably higher than any other program we have, you know, 24 to 1. Why is it every year we have to go through this dance where you don't just maintain what was there last year, you actually cut back all the legislative ads, and then we have to sort of fight to get that back to ground zero? I mean, why haven't we ever attempted to actually increase the funding? Because I know if I were in the private sector and I had something that was wildly successful, I probably would increase the funding in that area, double it or triple it, since these amounts are so small, actually, compared to the rest of the budget. So what's the philosophy behind doing this every year?
Well, I think that we understand that the CATS and COs are very important. We're able to leverage the output that comes from those centers for other areas of innovation in our economy. But we have provided for what we believe to be the right level of funding. We did not cut the budget from last year. As you said, we have just introduced the same amount that we proposed in the last budget.
Okay. Okay. You know, the economic development program, there is $45 million in there for development efforts, Open for Business program, Global New York, those programs. I mean, how much money was spent on each of these programs last year? Any idea?
Virtually all of it, but I will come back to you with exact numbers.
Well, okay, since it was all spent, do you think the funding is sufficient to realize the goals of the program?
We do think it's sufficient to realize the goals of the program.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about FAST New York.
Yes.
Has the entire first round of funding been dispersed already?
So almost all of the first round of funding has been spent, about $249 million of it.
How many sites were funded?
I have to come back to you with the number of sites.
Okay. Any idea how successful the program's been in attracting large employers to the state?
It's been very important in attracting large projects to the state. We have a number of projects. We have a project in Webster, New York, the Fairlife Project, which is going to invest $650 million to create a plant there. We continue to work on our large sites like STAMP.
Okay, good. Let's talk a little bit about the on-ramp program. Okay. So there's $200 million in the budget for that. One of the questions I get asked in my conference is this $200 million going to be spent to build new centers? Why aren't we utilizing community colleges that already run a lot of these types of workforce training programs?
So the on-ramp program is very important for advancing the pipeline of workers for advanced manufacturing. And Syracuse will be the flagship center where a facility would have to be built. But we envision that community colleges will be eligible for this funding because they're a critical part of providing the training for advanced manufacturing.
How are we doing? You know, we spent a lot of money in workforce development over the last few years. I mean, what are the results in areas like nursing, new teachers, where we've had a teacher shortage and all that? I mean, are we making a lot of progress? Is it too early to tell, or what?
So with respect to areas outside of the innovation sectors, I'd have to connect with my colleagues who are involved in funding training for nurses and teachers, because that's not something that ESD is involved in.
Okay. Now, we added a program last year where we sort of piggybacked on the back of a couple of federal programs, the SBIR program and the STTR program. And our thoughts were, you know, the federal government has gone through all the due diligence on these companies and felt that the technologies they're trying to develop are really worthwhile. But we knew that along the way, a lot of times, these companies sort of fall into the valley of death, and you know, there's just not enough funding there. So we thought for those particular companies, we would provide state funding. Have we got any results from that? Do we know how many companies we've helped?
So we are launching this program just this quarter, and we will be providing matching grants for businesses that have gotten federal funding. And we've crafted the guidelines to focus on companies that are looking at sustainable and the green economy, as well as disadvantaged communities. So we can come back to you once we've gone through that round to give you some updates.
Let's talk a little bit about the downtown revitalization initiatives, both the DRI and the New York Forward program. Has all the money from last year, or however many years we've had the program, been put out already?
There is some funding waiting to be drawn down for projects that have advanced yet, but I can come back to you with that information.
Okay. innovation venture competition. Okay. In 22-23, we allocated $75 million to be dispersed over 5 years. Do you know what the status of this funding is?
We have been in dialogue with the 7 competitions that exist in the state and have been creating new agreements for a 5-year contract so that those competitions can continue to exist.
Do you have any idea what kind of return on investment we've had from any of these?
We do
winners?
have reporting on that, and I can get you that information.
Okay, how about the Connect All initiative? We provided $1.45 billion in 22-23, and just wondering how much of this funding has been spent.
So with respect to the Connect All initiative, most of the funding that you reference, about $1 billion or so, is from the federal government. And we have largely not been able to draw down on that funding. We are in dialogue and working with the federal government to provide the planning documents that give us the ability to draw down the funding. We should be able to draw down that funding in '25.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next questioner is Senator Serrano, Chair of the Arts and Tourism. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Senator Liz Krueger, all of my colleagues in the Senate and the Assembly, my partner in the Assembly, Assemblymember Danny O'Donnell. Appreciate all the testimony we hear today. My statements and questions will focus on the arts and Executive Director Erica Mallon. Thank you so much for Aaron, for your testimony. I enjoyed listening to your remarks on the importance of the arts and further diversifying how we fund the arts and reaching every corner of New York State. I enjoyed our conversation the other day where we, and listening to your impressive background, many years in the arts and the amount of experience that you bring to this role. I've mentioned many times the importance of the arts as something that is foundational, I believe, to our state government. And it's critically important, I think, now more than ever, that we support the arts in a meaningful way. I think, there's always sort of been support for the arts, but when you look at funding for grants over the last 20 years, with the exception of COVID years where there was additional federal dollars, which gave us a bump up, which was wonderful. But, sort of remaining around 42 million for grants every single year for many, many years, despite the fact that costs have increased, operating has increased, and it just makes it harder and harder, I think, to really show support for the arts in ways that allow them to plan, to grow, to think about their next season. But again, NYSCA, I think, has done a good job in trying to reach all corners and find new and innovative ways year after year to get funding to these groups. In this year's new budget, I see, or the proposed executive budget, additional capital funds, which I think is obviously important for organizations and institutions that need to build their space, modernize their space, be able to bring in more patrons for the arts. And I think that is a wonderful step, and I think it's indicative of the real understanding that the arts provide so much to our state, so much to our economy. They're a proven economic engine. An investment in the arts provides a huge return on investment for our economy. We've seen so many different examples of economic revitalization in towns and communities that were economically depressed, but the arts providing an anchor and a foundation to build upon economic growth for many, many different sectors. And I think it's important that that we and I all of my colleagues have been very supportive of the arts over the years, but that we sort of make the case that in addition to all of the societal benefits that the arts brings, how it is transformational in our lives, provides a vehicle for social justice, for discussions on equality and diversity, and it brings people together in ways that very few other things can do that. Oftentimes we find ourselves stratified, pushed into our respective corners, but the arts brings us together even on the most difficult issues. With all that said, additional funding allows for this wonderful thing to continue to move forward. So again, I just half a step back, very happy to see over the last few years that operating grant funding has increased. This year, the executive budget has gone back down to pre-pandemic. And my question, my concern is with this reduction, how does NISCA plan to move forward with this reduced funding capability in planning, in helping to ensure that all of these groups and organizations can plan for their next season?
Thank you so much, Senator, for your welcome and for feeling the importance of the arts, as so many of us do. I think first and foremost, we will be as strategic and as efficient as we can and reach as many arts organizations and re-granting organizations throughout the state, whatever budget is enacted here. I do think what you're talking about in terms of our impact is one, the re-grants, which allow our spread, to our impact to like double and triple. But also, I think when we do invest in things like public art, or we do invest in things where we have artists embedded in public institutions, and when we do champion artists as thought leaders and problem solvers and convene with them, both as an industry to help solve issues in the industry, but also to, as you alluded to, have conversations about how the arts and, say, criminal justice or, say, technology and AI, can work together and make a difference, and in turn give back economically, but also transform us individually or as a community. So I think it's really a time where NISCA can really be a leader in the field. One, because we need hope and understanding and empathy. That's the soft power of the arts. But I also think leadership in terms of our state profile, our national profile, and our global profile, we have the standing and the foundation to do that. We represent rural communities, mid-sized cities, a global city with, incredibly diverse culturally, which then puts out artwork and all sorts of innovative, first-time, groundbreaking work, no matter where you live in the state, that is important for us to campaign for, achieve, acknowledge their achievement, and speak their names, throughout the state and throughout the nation. What we do here can be a model. Right now, there is a conference being held in DC with the NEA, about, and other funders about what can be done. We need to be part of those bigger conversations. And I think given the core programs that we do have, as well as our new initiatives, we can do it.
Thank you for that. And again, I don't want to take up too much time. I know we have a lot to do here today, but again, the funding that we did land at last year, my hope was that would be the new floor. and that we keep building from there, because funding has been pretty stagnant for so many years. But again, it's great to hear your ideas and your excitement for this. Looking forward to working with you and with the governor and with all of my colleagues. And with that, I'll yield back any remaining time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Assembly member.
Yes, next on our list is Assembly Member Steve Otis, Chair of Science and Technologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I think I'm going to start off with Hope Knight and Empire State Development. On Empire AI, I think there's a interest on everyone in the legislature to get a little more, get more specifics in terms of what this is going to look like. We understand it's a collaboration between colleges and universities in the state. I think that one of the questions is, are we going to be relying at all, and maybe the colleges and universities already have done this, on some of the private sector players that are already in the AI business, or are we starting from scratch in terms of the consortium? And this may be a topic for further discussions post this hearing, but I think there's a desire to get a picture of what this looks like.
So this initiative is very important, as I mentioned, to the evolution of AI. The partners that we have convened for this initiative are already doing research and development in AI. They don't have this kind of equipment that we seek to purchase, but we will use and leverage their expertise skills to develop a framework around what we focus on going forward. This is, we are early in this process. There's much to be determined, and we will continue to have discussions with you in the legislature around the progress.
And my sense is we've had great success in the semiconductor microchip world, Micron, IBM, other initiatives that have been a success. So it seems like we're trying to model that success and grow this into the AI world. Is that a good analogy?
So I think it's a little different in that we're focused on the ethical considerations of AI and really how does it help the public purpose and interest.
Very good. So that's good, and certainly that's an area, a lot of the AI discussion around the country, sometimes they talk about responsible, ethical AI. Sometimes there's no mention of it at all, so it's good that that's part of the discussion. We heard that from the governor in her State of the State message. Let me move to another topic, which is Connect All, and you spoke about we're waiting for some federal money, but some money is flowing now. The Connect All office released an RFP for broadband infrastructure just a week ago, and that's a positive step. The piece that a lot of folks that I work with around the state in the digital equity, digital inclusion space are wondering when the money is going to start to flow to help fund those local programs that deal with the digital divide. And some of this is wrapped up in the federal funding, and we're following that process closely. But if you could share anything about what the intentions are of the Connect All office. Their plan has been released and submitted to the feds and speaks about the workforce programs, the local community programs, but there doesn't seem to be a roadmap of what the plan is to get money to those groups so they can really deliver digital inclusion programs.
So, as you know, over the last year, the Connect All office has been engaging with community groups all across the state regarding input into the digital equity program. And we have allocated $10 million of state funding towards some digital equity activities, and we'll be providing the additional funding as soon as we get that released from the state. So we do have, from the federal government, we do have some programs that are focused on how do we create more digital literacy, access to devices from a digital equity perspective. But are waiting, as you say, more funding from the federal government to roll out the entire program.
So that sounds great, and that's probably the money that was in the 2021 state budget.
Yes.
And so it would be great if we can, that's old federal money that we have. It would be great if we could get that money moving earlier than the new federal money that's coming. That money would go a long way towards getting those programs on the ground, and the practitioners are out there very eager to put people in the seats, give them computers, give them the training, and so that's great. My third topic is back to microchips and the great strides New York has made already. Is there other growth in that area that is forecast beyond the agreements that we already have for additional semiconductor manufacturing in New York?
So we continue to talk to companies who are interested in locating in New York regarding semiconductor production. We expect that there will be a tremendous number of supply chain companies that will follow on as Micron gets up and going into production. And so that is the expectation that we have.
That's great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Moy, I have a question for you about OGS and EV charging infrastructure, which you talked about somewhat in your testimony, very important in terms of OGS's role in state facilities. Wondering, are any of the EV charging infrastructure that you're doing for state agencies, is any of that public-facing, or is it really more for state agency fleets?
Thank you for that question. Our priority right now is ensuring that we have adequate infrastructure that can be used by the state fleet. Certainly, visitors and employees have also been able to leverage that technology. We are trying to make sure that we are prioritizing the installations in locations where we know the greatest number of state vehicles are going to be leveraging it. That is OGS's particular role. There are other agencies that are also focused on EV infrastructure relative to the public, wherever possible and permissible, so long as it doesn't impact our ability to make sure that the fleet functions. We'd love to make sure that others have access to it, but our top priority is the fleet.
That's great. And I know you're working with NYSERDA on that as well. And I'd say one of the things we hear from local governments and school districts is the need for expertise and how to grow that. And I think both NYSERDA and OGS, there's a way for you to provide some of your learned expertise to save the local entities as they try and make the transition as well. So appreciate your help on that, and it's certainly an exciting space to be in. And OGS is moving in a lot of areas that you discussed very well in your testimony in terms of the energy transition. So thank you for your good work. And I am going to yield back the rest of my time, Mr. Chair. Thank you both.
There's the green light. We appreciate everyone yielding the extra time. No one else gets to claim it, just for the record. Senator Kristen Gonzalez, who is the chair of Technology and Internet and Technology Chair. And I think she's going to take she's got one? Perfect.
down here,
Oh,
Liz.
you're there.
I'm
I thought you were in the
comfy. We're
back. I'm
good.
sorry,
We're-
Kristen. Thank you.
We're all set. All right. Good morning, folks. Thank you so much, Chairwoman, and thank you to everyone for joining the panel this morning. It's been incredibly informative, and appreciate the deep thought and responses to your questions. Commissioner Knight, I apologize for keeping you in the hot seat, but a lot of my questions are, of course, directed towards you because of the nature of your work with Empire AI and the work that this committee is doing. So, I saw that you mentioned, Empire AI in your written testimony. You mentioned the $275 million public dollar investment. You've also mentioned the $125 million coming from the private sector. But of course, considering the investment of our public dollars and the scale of this, when we talk about ethical use of AI or using this investment for the public good, while I understand you've added some clarity here, I would really love to understand what exactly that means or what you imagine the outputs being so that we can go to New Yorkers and say, this is really what the outcome is that we're, investing towards. And I'd love to better understand how you mentioned there would be a framework that's being put together. Who will be a part of creating that framework? Who are the stakeholders? And then how will you ensure that you are following that framework? So whatever is being developed is being done so in an ethical way, and whatever is deployed is also being deployed in an ethical way.
So thank you for your question. As I mentioned earlier, we have these 7 private and public sector academic institutions that are involved in this consortium. Those are the entities that will help stand up this framework that we will move forward in looking at how we create ethical applications to AI. When we talk about ethical applications, it's really about how are these applications benefiting the public good, the public interest. It's difficult to talk about what those things may be specifically, because a lot of this work is happening as we speak. A lot of AI innovation is happening on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And it's difficult to talk about what's happening today, but we know that these applications will be a part of our daily life, and we want to make sure that the public is protected and there's someone who has an interest in developing this research for the public good.
Got it. Right. And I would agree that it's sometimes hard to be very specific, but knowing what the specific use cases that we're driving towards are is actually incredibly important when talking about new technologies like generative AI, because they can mean so many things. And, last week we had a chance to speak with, Drew from CIO,
Yes.
the CIO of the state, and he mentioned that generative AI right now is an imperfect system, and a system that incorporates a lot of bias. So while we would certainly be supportive of investing and investigating, how we can mitigate that bias and protect the public, if it means deploying new tools that are public sector funded or that we will also be accountable for as a state government, there, without a real solution there, it could be quite dangerous for the state to begin deploying those generative AI-based tools, or for us to, define what ethical means if it's inherently imperfect. So I certainly have some concerns there. I'm also aware that the Federal National AI Resource Program was recently created. It took 4 years of planning. It's a $2.6 billion investment, which is a 6-time investment of what we're talking about here. And notably, compute will happen on the cloud, so big tech stands to profit from this program. But the main difference between this federal program, which mirrors what we're doing with Empire AI, is that aside from funding and planning that's gone into this, which I don't really see happening here with Empire AI or being at that point yet, that there are clear priorities of ethics and that they have an ethics advisory board to push users towards responsible uses. So I would love to also see us, if we are going to mirror a program like that, do that, and also perhaps instead of duplicating efforts, work with the federal program, because in order to create a tool on that scale, we'll need actually more than 7 partners, right? We'll need a larger base of universities, both public and private. So I wanted to call that out as well. But speaking of those universities, you talked a little bit about pipeline building and then money going to our specific partners. Can you talk about how that breakdown is going to be determined? So within the current set of partners, how much money will be going to each university, and then how you're looking at building a pipeline towards working on jobs, yeah.
Back to the funding, we're looking at $250 million coming from the state and $125 million coming from the partners.
Right.
So the allocation, the funding will be towards the machine and equipment, and there'll be some sort of access agreement as a part of the framework.
So it's more for the infrastructure, less directly to the universities.
Right,
okay.
right.
That's helpful. And you also mentioned that this might create new jobs. As an office, we are deeply concerned with the digital divide and how to shift to more digital government services, right, to help, to help with our government expedience of use of our services, but without closing the divide, how do you see that divide growing if we're going to continue investing in new technologies, but then also not address the digital divide on the ground?
Well, I think that, we're looking at addressing the digital divide through our digital equity program, the Connect All. We are focused on engaging disadvantaged communities in all of the programs that we invest in, particularly on the workforce development side.
That's a perfect segue to the next set of questions, which you've also spoken to today, which is the Connect All program. So what are some of the existing challenges with closing the digital divide, and can you provide just some clear metrics around how we are, you mentioned the digital equity program, how we're measuring success of that program?
So we're looking at a number of tools and resources to focus on the digital divide. As I said, digital literacy, providing training, understanding what the baseline is in users, and then being able to assess, the increase in skills, understanding the availability of resources, devices, knowing where the gaps are, and then being able to provide devices to secure those gaps. And so we'll be looking at a number of metrics to understand where we came from and what we get to with respect to providing these resources.
Right. I certainly support the idea of creating more digital literacy education and also looking at hardware, right? Do folks have actual access to devices? But I'm curious, have you seen that even the ability to pay for light, for example, or have access to light in a home has been a barrier? It's something that's come up in my own district. And during the pandemic, I created a digital mutual aid fund, and actually so many of the folks who didn't have access to the internet or didn't have access to hardware, so a phone or a computer, to even access the internet if they had it, also were the same folks, and particularly the most vulnerable folks who were having trouble, keeping the lights on. Yeah.
So thank you for that, and I appreciate that perspective. We have looked at a number of the affordable connectivity programs, and so in the state, approximately 1.6 million households are taking advantage of the federal Affordable Connectivity Program, which is about $50 million in subsidy per month in supporting that digital divide that you talk about.
Got it. And I did hear that one of the federal programs is actually going to run out of money.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the same.
Yes.
So it's the initial is the state investment looking to close that gap if that happens, or do we have a plan to mitigate
So
impacts?
we're, monitoring what's happening in the federal government with respect to this program. As I mentioned, that $50 million a month is a very, high number with respect to providing subsidy. And so we're exploring ways to think about how we might, look at that program. We don't have enough money to make it sustainable, so we need to think about other ways to provide support.
Yeah, would be happy to work together to talk about planning for that if and when it does happen. But thank you so much. I can yield the remaining 10 seconds of my time. Thank you.
Assembly.
Yes, next we have Assemblywoman Warner, Chair of Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the panel. It's wonderful to see all of you in person. I want to start, Hope, with a question about the Global Entrepreneur Program. So my understanding, just briefly, is that this is a program directed at international students who have studied in our universities that are here on a visa program, to encourage them, if they want to set up a small business based on their research, to do that here in New York State. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. And this is a $4 million new program that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So I asked Department of Labor for some data on the growth or decline of small businesses over the last 5 years. And the good news is we've had some great success in growing information-based businesses. I think thanks in large part to the investments we've made in all the CATs and COs and so forth. But I noticed that we have actually lost 5% of our small manufacturing businesses. And so I am thinking about what in the budget is directed at trying to address the cause of the decline in our small manufacturing businesses. What do we understand what the root causes are, and while we're setting aside money to attract new businesses, are we also spending money on trying to shore up our existing manufacturing sector?
So thank you for that question. And we do have concerns about some of the businesses that we have lost in the manufacturing sector. We have a number of resources around the state, the MEPs, the manufacturing extension partnerships that provide support, technical assistance for manufacturing businesses, and look to deploy those more directly for businesses that may be at the brink of some difficulty. We also have our SSBCI $500 million fund that provides for access to capital for anything related to maybe replacing equipment, upgrades to support businesses in transition. And so we have a number of resources that we can point to help small businesses, particularly manufacturers, when they are at transition points.
Are we doing anything to address some of the challenges that our existing businesses face, like nation-leading energy costs? And particularly in the manufacturing sector, we have a lot of high-intensity energy users, and the cost of energy in New York State is not a competitive price point.
To the extent possible, we do work with NYPA to try to provide low-cost power when that is possible.
Great, thank you. So MWBE, I'm going to turn my attention there. I was delighted to hear that you feel like you have gotten through all the backlog. Congratulations. As you and I have talked about, I'm still hearing from constituents that are caught in a loop where it's taking too long. But one of the things I wanted to delve into is our incubators and hotspots. A successful model for helping to mature businesses from early stage to a successful growth across all sectors. And I'm wondering if there are any of our incubator or hotspots that are really targeted at minority and women-owned businesses, whether those are certified MWB or not, but minority and women-owned businesses, to help them get those that have that kind of growth potential to go from being the in the garage kind of business to one that is fundable by institutional funding.
So our incubators and hotspots are available to support, all businesses, not necessarily MWBEs specifically, but all businesses. And we have a number of competitions that support emerging or, MWBE businesses. And we also have our entrepreneurial assistance centers that are generally in disadvantaged communities and support MWBE businesses. We also have our venture programs that provide funding and technical assistance to support MWBE businesses.
I'm sure it's not going to be a surprise to you when I tell you that when you look at the amount of venture money that goes to women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses, it is a small fraction of the total amount of venture money that's invested in these startup businesses. And certainly the Springboard program that is funded, is a nationwide program funded by a not-for-profit, is been very successful at helping women in startup businesses to to access institutional funding. Is there any intent within ESD to replicate those kinds of specific focused venture programs through the business plan competitions to enable women and minority-owned businesses to access equity capital that they may not be otherwise able to access?
Virtually all of our venture funding is to support underfunded populations, women and minorities, and so we have a Community Emerging Managers Program, which is a fund of funds that supports women and minority-owned businesses. We do direct investments in women and minority-owned businesses. We know the data very well that so little private venture goes to those kind of companies, and that's why we're supporting venture to minority and women-owned businesses.
So back to my original question about the Global Entrepreneurs Fund, would the money that we're spending to create this new fund to support a whole new population of people coming to New York State, would that money perhaps be better invested in programs that we're already doing, but growing them to support minority and women-owned businesses, say, or additional manufacturing businesses that need some additional shoring up?
Well, we know that so many foreign-born students have business innovation ideas that they want to grow into businesses, and those businesses can, be rooted here in New York State and employ many more people. So I think it's, an augmentation to the work that we're doing and the ability to create jobs in a new way.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to the Connect All program. So I noticed that ESD recently, through the Connect All office, issued an RFP for $228 million in grants to municipalities for publicly owned high-speed broadband networks. My understanding, and I represent rural communities, and one of our, and I'm sure there are many people up here that are similarly situated. My understanding is that this funding can be used by municipalities that already enjoy the benefits of high-speed broadband, as opposed to being focused strictly on underserved or unserved regions like the rural communities of upstate New York. And so given that this is a limited pool of money, my question is, shouldn't this be funded, given funding priority to the unserved and underserved areas that still exist in the state, as opposed to directing this money to areas where there is already the availability of this service?
So a couple of things about that, and thank you for that question. We will be certainly deploying the federal funding for unserved locations throughout the state. The goal of the Municipal Infrastructure Broadband Program is to give municipalities that do potentially provide utilities to their residents to leverage that infrastructure for providing competition with respect to broadband service providers. Also, in providing greater access to public access networks, we can leverage that technology to create more mobile coverage, because we've got to get the mobile coverage providers to expand their networks, and by offering this infrastructure, we can induce them to do so.
Thank you. I would just encourage that priority be given to those communities that don't have any service. There's value in competition, there's no question about that, but we do have a fair number of communities still unserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next is Senator Ramos.
Thank you so much, Chair Kruger. Good morning. My question is for Ms. Knight. I'm wondering, with regard to contract bids, when assessing bids, what is done to ensure you aren't granting contracts to bidders with health and safety violations or even ongoing harassment of Black employees like Tesla? Do you have access to the DOL debarment list, and do you consult it in your procurement process?
Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. We make sure that all of the contractors that we go into contract with are in compliance with all state and federal laws. So we do those searches to make sure that they are in compliance.
So do you have access to the DOL debarment list or not? Do you consult it in your procurement process?
I believe so, but I will get back to you to be certain.
Okay. How many contracts per year were granted to MWBEs, and what tools and services do you provide to ensure that those MWBEs are not disadvantaged by their lack of access to capital in the bidding process? I also would want to know if we are updating the designation of MWBEs to include Arab Americans and North Africans who are traditionally left out.
So with respect to the number of contracts that MWBEs were received last year, I will have to get back to you on that. But we do identify race as part of the MWBE process when they are certified.
So is it going to be updated to include Arab Americans?
We are going through a disparity study right now, and it is due in August, and that will be determined in the disparity study.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Yes, we have a chair, Daniel O'Donnell, chair of our Tourism, Parks, Arts, and Sports Development Committee.
Good morning. Let me begin with a prelude a la a state senator. This is my 22nd arts budget hearings and final arts budget hearing. And I do want to share a bit of my perspective, which is that regardless of political party or political philosophy, every year we come here and whoever's running the state says, I love arts more than anything, and then they zero out the funding, and then they wonder why we're pissed off. Ms. Mallon, I want to welcome you to the job. And I know it's only been 2 weeks, so I really can't blame you for anything, or Ms. Manis before you, who I had the utmost respect for. But it does suggest a problem. Cognitive dissonance, I believe, is a psychological term. So you want to know what the dissonance comes from? Do you need an example of how arts provides that funding for the state? I'll tell you where to go. Go to Glens Falls, New York, Carrie Warner's district, okay? I was there on Saturday night. You see these lovely pair of reading glasses? I rolled over on mine in bed and I broke them, so I had to buy these. Betty's from Glen Street. Saturday night, where was I? At a fabulous restaurant called Pharmacy. I don't know why it's called Pharmacy. Really elevated food. I didn't get here by looking at food, let's be clear. Really, really good food, okay? None of that existed in Glens Falls. None of it existed. Where'd it come from? 2 young people from New York City, my sister and brother-in-law, founded the Adirondack Theater Festival. Then they went and bought the Woolworths on Glen Street and converted it to a year-round theater that now brings people to downtown Glens Falls year-round. On Saturday night, the joint was jumping, okay? None of that existed but for the arts. So I don't really understand why every governor says, I love the arts, but then cuts and cuts and cuts. So I'm going to make some specific questions. One has to do with the art stabilization money. The Adirondack Theater Festival used that in the beginning. What does that do? It's like a credit card for people who have a business, art business, that have a season. So if there's a summer stock or there's a time when they have all this money coming in the months when there's no money coming in, how do they pay their electric bill, right? So I'd like to tell you that I created it. I didn't. I'd like to tell you that I forced them to put it back in the budget last year, which I did, in order to help those struggling, not year-round companies. And what is in your current proposal, again, is zeroing that out. Can you bring that back for us, Erica?
I want to thank you, Assemblyman O'Donnell, and recognize your co-chairship of this committee and your unwavering support and understanding of the field. I don't know the exactness of the Arts Stabilization Program. I know it's doing exactly that. But I do think in the budget that that we have or be enacted, the funding that we do have is some of the most coveted funding that could help companies year-round, which is general operating support. Right now, there does seem to be a drift, whether it's philanthropy or corporate support, away from that kind of support. But this is the bread and butter of all arts organizations that they can put to places where they need the most. Additionally, we have capital funding, which, again, I know from having led an institution, this is also very key to when you're not in production and you're not, doing things the time that you take to rebuild your infrastructure. Aging infrastructure is an extraordinarily huge drain on companies, as small or big. So that's what we're trying to do, and I think this kind of funding is key to the industry right now.
Editorializing those numbers in your budget are woefully inadequate for this year, for the 1980s. It's almost an embarrassment, the governor's proposal on what they're doing in those two areas. One of my frustrations is that no matter where you live, you believe that you're getting screwed arts funding-wise. Makes no difference. They come to see me on a regular basis. And what's hard is that anybody can go found my hometown arts organization and then plop themselves in here and say, we don't get enough. You have to give us more. Even in places where they have more than adequate resources to do that without government funding, right? So could you just help educate us briefly on what the process is to vet the people who get the funding through NISCA versus organizations that may have no vetting at all?
My understanding is that all of our grantees or potential grantees are vetted through a very rigorous process, first by staff and then by a peer review on various panels, and then through finally the recommendations of the Arts Council. So that's very stringent, and I would also say in terms of, outreach and reaching all communities, well, first on the outreach part, I think NISCA, particularly in this last year, made a huge leap forward in reaching out to people who, we hadn't before. We have I think there was over 4,000 people in in direct conversations with NISCA. As well as just more and more material on the guidelines so that small organizations across the state could have access. I mean, that's a very important thing for us, to make sure that people know that we're here and that you can access our funds. And then finally, we are serving, I think, more than 95% of our state. The remaining percentages are through, local arts councils. So I think we are continually trying to serve and be strategic and efficient in our grant making.
Thank you. I have one last question. I work very closely with Ms. Manis because a lot of the, what I'll call them silos that existed within NISCA didn't reflect current day art. So something that was a video dance combination were not eligible for dance money or video money because they had something else in it. And so that led to a lot of disgruntlement among certain communities who felt that their emerging art had no place because they weren't in the silo world that you had from when, what's her name, Kitty Carlisle Hart ran the thing. Okay, so could you just address that in trying to make sure that we're not leaving certain ethnic groups or certain minority groups behind?
Yes, I think one is we have increased or made categories like multidisciplinary art, that includes all of that as a particular application that you will have a panel of your peers review in that area. And I think you're absolutely right. We have to have, our ear to the ground to make sure that we are reviewing and encouraging arts that we, may not fit directly into the current categories. I mean, could be another category, for instance, going forward, again, with technology and AI, and, there's a lot of artists focusing specifically on that thing. So I take that point and, absolutely incorporate it in what we do for our grant making. And what was the second part of your question?
You did fine. Thank you very much. I'd like to say that I welcome you.
Thank you.
I have 11 months left. You will have my full support and engagement to make your job easier and to get you the budget that the state actually deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank
My
you.
15 seconds are yours, Senator Krueger. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Assembly Member. It's hard to believe it'll be your last hearing as the chair of this committee, because you've been loyal to this forever. With that, Senator Tedisco, the ranker for 5 minutes on cultural affairs.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here and for your testimony today. I'd like to go back to, thank you for being here, and back to the discussion that we've been having with Connect All, which is, as you know, we've stated a municipal program which provides infrastructure grants for our communities. Over $1 billion. It's a lot of money, $1.5 billion that's going to be allocated through that program. But it's not going to cover the over 100,000 homeowners who are not connected right now. But it's an important step to take to utilize that money. And as I look at this and I hear the discussion, I hear the position, they're talking about a preference for under and underserved individuals. It's kind of like the basketball player. He was a great basketball player, and he never showed up for practice in the NBA. But when he got to the games, he was fantastic. And they asked him at a press conference, why don't you show up for practice? All he could say is, practice, practice, practice. Why should I show up for the practice? I score 35 points a game when I show up. I think my constituents are saying preferences, preferences. You know what that tells them? That those people who are already served, and it's been talked about and said, but I want to reinforce that, are going to receive some of this money. Commissioner, they shouldn't receive 1 penny, 1 cent of this money. They're already being served. So I'm going to ask you the question point blank. It shouldn't be a preference. 100% of this money should be allocated to those individuals who are under and underserved. Can you guarantee us today that 100% of that money will not go to any of those individuals who have service, but to all those who are under and underserved? Can you guarantee that going to happen? Because that's a real concern right now.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
For that question. We have a number of programs in the Connect All initiative, and this municipal infrastructure program is just but one of the programs that is supporting underserved locations that are deemed not to be receiving high-speed internet service by leveraging existing municipal infrastructure. The lion's share of the Connect All funding is going to go to those locations that do not have access to broadband. And that money will be released from the federal government And as soon as it is released, we will be working with those underserved regions, those unserved regions to deliver broadband to those locations.
Is that a yes or a no to my question? Will 100% go to under and underserved, where people who have service get some of that? I know you talked about leverage, but
We will be supporting locations that are underserved through the
not
municipal.
100%.
We will be leveraging the existing infrastructure in those regions to deliver service.
Thank you.
Assembly.
Yes, so we have Ranka Ed Ra from the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Commissioner Knight, thank you for the conversation last week about a number of issues, but I wanted to just ask a little bit regarding the proposed MWBE extension in the budget. I know in response to a question earlier, you talked about this very briefly, but I'm wondering if you could give us a little more information. I know we have a proposal for a 5-year extension, but there's not a disparity study done yet. What's the reason for moving forward without that? And I think you said you believe one's going to be due in August. Is that what you said?
That is correct. The disparity study will be due in August. As I said, the MWBE program is very important to the state. We have made great strides, thanks to the governor and the legislature, in making operational improvements, and we want to see that continue, that success continue. The governor wants to ensure that this program continues, which is why she's asking for a simple extension with no modifications, so that this program can continue to grow.
Is there a time period that the disparity study that's ongoing covers?
The last
It's over the past 4 years.
4
that
years.
it's looking forward. It's for the next 5 years.
It's over the past 4 years, but having a forward look for this 5-year period.
Thank you. One of the other issues I think we've heard a lot about is certification and recertification. My understanding is that the backlog in certifications has been cleared up at this point. Is that correct?
The backlog has been cleared.
But I know I've read about last summer a particular business that took 3 years to get their certification back. What is being done to try to make that process work a little more quickly when somebody has to appeal a certification?
So thanks to the legislature and the governor, we were able to secure resources to bolster our appeals unit. So we have hired a number of administrative law judges to support the appeal process. And so that's moving much faster now.
Okay. Any idea on what the time frame looks like now going forward with those changes made?
Well, because we have gone through so many certification applications, we have experienced some denials, so there's a greater throughput in that process, but it's moving much more smoothly than it had been in the past.
Okay. And ESD right now, as you're dealing with economic development dollars, how can and how is ESD in particular, specifically trying to help our small businesses through economic development funding?
So ESD has gotten a $500 million fund through the federal government for the Small Business Credit Assistance Program. And that program is going to be leveraged 10 times over the next 10 years for a $5 billion program. And so we have created over 20 programs to support small businesses, a number of access to capital programs in different products, contractor financing, equity products, venture products, and lending products.
Okay. And then lastly, I know we recently had, and there was a lot of news reports, obviously, about this. And we've had other examples over the years, but the microchip factory, that didn't work out. What are we doing? As I said, there's been other instances like this where we've spent large amounts of money for a private business, and it just has not worked out. So what are we doing, and maybe what can the legislature do as well to stop these type of circumstances from happening? Because I think these are the types of instances that give the economic development programs in the state a bad name.
I think you're referring to the Next Gen project near Syracuse. So we are in discussions with Next Gen. We will pursue any of the clawbacks in the contract that we have with respect to funding that we provided for that project. In general, the projects that we provide assistance for are pay for performance, and I can get back to you with more information on
Thank you.
that.
You could get back to us all in writing. Thank you. Next up is Senator John Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us. Speaking of clawbacks, has the state clawed back everything from Tesla for that Western New York project?
We have not clawed back funding from Tesla, as we were not, the contract was actually not with ESD. It was with a SUNY Poly, former SUNY Poly affiliated entity.
Okay, but ESD was certainly involved.
Excuse me?
ESD was certainly involved.
We were involved, and we
Is there any effort, is there any intent to claw back?
Well, based on the contracts, they have met all their commitments.
They have made all their commitments?
They have met all their commitments.
Okay, well, that's, maybe we can have a further discussion about that. What about Micron? Is everything on track with Micron?
Everything is on track with Micron.
And how much is New York State's subsidy for that project?
Well, we're providing green chip tax credits for that project, and it is pay for performance.
Okay, but roughly how much is the subsidy?
About $5 billion.
About $5 billion. And how much is the federal government kicking in, or they still haven't decided?
We don't know what the number is.
But there's got to be some idea, right? Because that was the whole point of the huge investment in Micron, was to leverage off federal support.
So we know they're eligible for the 25% investment tax credit from the federal government, but they're currently negotiating with the federal government on their grant. So we don't know what that is. We know it'll be something, but we don't know what it is.
Is it going to be at least as large as New York State's investment?
We don't. It's not our program, so we don't know.
I know, but in the analysis, ESD, I'm sure, did some kind of projection as to what the federal grant might be, or that was completely irrelevant to New York State's decision?
We know they're eligible for a minimum of $3 billion, but
Okay.
I think their hope is to receive substantially more than that. But we don't know what that ultimately
So at least
is.
$3 billion, hopefully a lot more.
Hopefully a lot more.
Okay. I would have expected that, yes, because when Empire State Development and the governor announced it, there was talk about how we were leveraging off federal subsidies or federal support. I would imagine that there would be at least some kind of guesstimate as to how much that federal support would be. Let me move on to something else, because I don't get a lot of time here. Yesterday, we had a hearing of the Transportation Committee convened by Senator Kennedy, and it appears that state DOT is far behind in their plan to upgrade rails. Has Empire State Development been part of any of that? The rail system? No. Okay. I will say very quickly that the train system needs to be part of the economic development plan for the state of New York. So maybe you can get in touch with state DOT. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Liu. Assembly.
Yes, member Button showing? Okay. The next I have member McDonald. Member Tapia.
So we can go.
I will. Member Lunsford?
Stay in the course plays in my favor here. My question is for the ESD Commissioner. We are seeing a $100 million investment in Fast New York and our shovel-ready projects. And you brought up earlier the great success we saw, particularly in my area with Fairlife, with Stamp. And I want to know how much of this $100 million are we going to expect to see in upstate New York, where the dearth of shovel-ready sites is resulting in us losing businesses, not just to other regions of the state, but to neighboring states that have a more robust investment in shovel-ready sites.
So thank you for that question. You want to know how much of the money do you expect to see in upstate New York?
Correct.
Well, traditionally, a vast majority of the funding goes to upstate sites because those are where the big sites are for projects of the type that you're talking about.
Is there a particular percentage earmarked per region, or is this a large statewide pot?
It's a large statewide pot. It's a competitive pot. Regions, compete for the funding.
I'd like to take this moment to advocate for maybe there being an earmark for a particular upstate section of this, given that much of our development requires bringing in power. We're developing large swaths of truly undeveloped land, as opposed to downstate where we might be revitalizing properties that had other uses in the past. I'd also like to ask a question about New York Rush.
New York Rush.
The underused state sites.
Yes.
Presumably, there's going to be an RFP for this, for developers, is that correct?
There will be some solicitation process.
So you're going to utilize private developers to build housing. We're not doing it as a state, correct?
Right.
Who is going to be issuing that RFP? Who's going to be making the choices, and who will have oversight of those projects?
So I think it depends on what the sites are. ESD has a number of sites that we're looking at. Some of them are correctional facilities, former state facilities. There are other agencies that may be looking at other sites, and I think we'll be looking at this jointly from a selection process.
So if there is, say, a correctional site versus a transportation site, the RFPs will actually be issued from different agencies? Is that what you're saying?
No, the RFPs for the sites for development will be issued by different agencies. The funding for the Rush will be looked at together in an interagency way.
Okay, and then once those sites are developed, who will be overseeing, who will have oversight authority on where the funding for that is coming back to us?
So let me try to unpack that. I think, I'll give you an example for ESD. Well,
we are out of time.
I
You
can come
send
back
me
to
an
you.
email. Thank
Yep.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here today. Commissioner Knight, listening to your testimony, I want to touch on an issue that we've talked about before, and that is childcare. In the testimony of the Office of Strategic Workforce Development, you had said, you mentioned wraparound services in regard to childcare. Could you tell me what programs or services are currently available in regard to childcare?
So when I talk about childcare with respect to the Office of Strategic Workforce Development, those wraparound services are part of every project that we fund. And so, in some cases, it's childcare provided by other providers related to the program. In some cases, the program actually provides childcare. So there are a range of configurations that exist for childcare and those training programs.
But is there collaboration right now with companies? With you and I have had this conversation. We talked about this last year, and I don't know if we made any progress. I give the governor a lot of credit. She has been very proactive, and she's been trying to address the problem. The problem is it's not a simple answer. We're not just talking about affordability. We're talking about accessibility. We're also talking about the childcare workforce. It's hard to keep childcare workers with the salaries that they make. So in my district, we had a roundtable discussion. We had all the principals there. We had child care providers, the Child Care Council of Suffolk. We had parents, we had teachers, we had the business community, chambers of commerce, HR directors, all of that input. First, I'd like to share, I'll email you the link to that so you can see it. But at the end, we came up with a couple of creative ideas, but it'll take collaboration. It'll take working together. Would that be through the Office of Strategic Workforce Development? Is that how you would recommend we go about this?
I would say that, with respect to training, that would be with the Office of Strategic Workforce Development. We also have, through our REDC process, the ability to provide funding for childcare, and the REDCs have made a lot of progress in funding childcare projects around the state.
So in things like, and I'll be quick because, again, when I talk about collaboration, we're trying to look for win-win all the way around. So we're trying to get parents back in the workforce. And a lot of times now they're sitting down, they're doing the numbers, and it'll cost them to go back to work because of the high cost. So we came up with an idea similar to where you have healthcare savings plans, maybe a pre-tax healthcare savings plan through your payroll at work. And maybe a matching fund, similar to a 401k, where your employer matches. Maybe we come up with a creative idea where there's a child care savings plan. The employer can also match what the employee gives in. The government then comes in and says, we'll give that employee a bit of a tax credit to participate in this. This gets more people in the workforce. It helps with the hiring problems the companies are having, and the incentive to the company to do it is by offering these benefits, you'll get very good employees and probably save on retention. And it also in getting people back in the workforce, the government gets taxes through income tax, there's ancillary revenue they spend, they get more sales tax. So it's a win-win all the way around, but we need someone to be the central hub that we can work through. And I think ESD would be a good place to start, considering who you work for. So again, a little guidance. Where should we go with this? How can we work together on this?
Well, look forward to getting the information that you'll send, and then we can continue to discuss this further.
Okay, I appreciate that. And one last thing. So being a senator from Long Island, I'm looking through the line items here in the proposed budget, and I come across one that says, retention of football in Western New York. And there are two, actually, items here. So $5.5 million under capital, under aid to localities, and then another $2.5 million, or almost, under capital funding. Can you tell me what that is? Is that with the Buffalo Bills, and how does that apply?
I have to take a look at that. It is for the Buffalo Bills. Okay, it is.
So we're spending almost $8 million. Is this for what, though?
So the current, it's a previously existing agreement, probably 2013. So their existing stadium, they continue to utilize while they're building the new stadium. So it's in support of that.
Okay. Might I suggest if we want to keep the Bills playing a little bit longer, maybe we cancel all flights to and from Kansas City? Anyway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wow, okay, thank you, Assembly.
Member Darling?
Hi, Commissioner and team. Thank you for being here and for all of your work for New York State. New York State currently has 96 agencies, and we are now in a space where I've had several discussions with agencies expressing that they're having difficulty finding a workforce, and I've had constituents express they're having difficulty securing employment. So what plan do we have to better advertise and recruit for our workforce and fill these open positions? That's my first question. And then what measures are being taken to promote equitable economic development across different communities within Nassau County, including those historically underserved?
I'm happy to take the first question and pass back for the second. In terms of identifying additional individuals to come into the state workforce, there are two things I would note. Our colleagues who are not sitting here, Commissioner Tim Hogues and Commissioner Reardon, have been very much at the forefront of looking at ways to bring more individuals into the state system. There is a program that is a part of the executive budget around HELPS, which Senator Hogue can speak to, looking in particular for areas in which there are provisional challenges, where there are ways that we can bring folks into some of the titles in which we have challenges. My own agency has issues in terms of recruitment. We have been all trying to be much more aggressive around going out into communities to speak specifically, particularly for those communities where maybe they do not have a tradition of being in the civil service process. They understand what it takes in order to take an exam, what it means to have continuous recruitment, and prioritizing those titles in which we have the greatest amount of challenges. Both the Office of General Service and the Department of Labor have been increasing our social media and our outreach relative to those titles or challenges. So there's a significant increase in the number of outreach programs and marketing to try to get more folks involved. If
I
you
would
have,
definitely ask if we can just include the members in this and whatever campaigns we're doing, sending
Absolutely.
emails so we can post on social media and share. I just hate that New York has so many resources and we just sometimes miss that ball connecting people to the resources.
I appreciate that, Assembly Member, and we all are incented to try to get as many individuals into the state workforce so we can meet the requirements of both our budgets and our priorities. So we will follow up.
Wonderful, thank you.
And thank you. With respect to your question around workforce development providers, we work with providers that have community-based organization relationships that do outreach directly to community of those impacted for the jobs and opportunities that are under ESD's purview.
Okay.
I have other colleagues, the Department of Labor Commissioner, or the Commissioner of Health, and I can give you the
That
information
was so
later.
fast. Thank you, Commissioner, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys just bring us into that,
Yep.
that equation. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member, Senator Leah Webb. I'm taking your list. So sorry.
Assemblyperson Buttonshown?
No, we have Senator next.
Do we just do a senator?
No, that was an
no.
Assembly
Oh.
member. That was your Assembly member.
We're getting
And-
confused now.
I know, we haven't decided which party we represent or which activity we're doing. Senator Leah Webb.
Okay, actually, she's running for the Senate. That's darling, she's running for it.
Now we got it working. Thank you all for being here. My first question is for Commissioner Moy. It's with respect to the Cayuga Salt Mine, which is in my district. I have constituents, and myself included, that are very concerned about the continued mining and the concerns around salination. And so I know Cargill is currently seeking to sell the mine to a company that will continue to operate it. And so my question is, does OGS have to provide consent to transfer the mine? And what type of review would OGS perform on the transfer of the state land that has had such an environmental impact?
Thank you for that question, Senator Webb. The location of the Cayuga mine is a lease that OGS oversees. I will have to confirm whether or not we review any aspect of the transfer. I don't believe so, but I will confirm and get back that information to you. The Department of Environmental Conservation is a regulatory entity. They will be looking into those environmental impacts, if there are challenges or issues or higher concern relative to salination. It's something that we will be speaking with them about. And certainly if there are any challenges or changes that take place in that permit status, then we would be acting upon it. So our role, unfortunately, is really very much limited to the leasing of the property, but we'll look into the specifics around the transfer and get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my next question is for Commissioner Knight, specifically as it relates to MWBEs. So I have MWBEs in my district that are in the construction field that have shared challenges around the current process with respect to waivers. And so one of the things that have been flagged is that larger general contractors essentially are able to go around the process and not have to use NWBs for jobs. So my question is, what is ESD doing to monitor the waiver process to ensure that the waivers are legitimate?
So thank you for that question, and we know how important it is to monitor the waiver process. Because we have been able to better operationalize some of our systems in the MWBE office, we have been paying particular attention around waivers to make sure that general contractors have been able to demonstrate that they were not able to find an MWBE to do the work. And so we're scrutinizing that very carefully to make sure that MWBEs are getting the work that they should.
And in that same vein, I want to go to smaller contractors. What can be done? Well, we'll have
You
to
can come
follow
back
up.
to me. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Assembly. You got it.
Thank you. Thank you to all the commissioners, and I thank you for personally coming to my district, as it includes many hardworking, dedicated individuals, and you were able to witness that firsthand. They have many forward advancement thinking programs, and you've been a part of that. My first question is for Commissioner Knight, following up on the MWBEs. You know the challenges that we faced. You testified in the importance of how you're moving forward. And clearly, do you feel you have the resources that you need to continue with bringing this program forward, as has been designed within the executive budget, as well as the recertifications that are necessary for many of the great businesses?
Thank you for that question, Assembly Member. We do have the resources that we need, thanks to the legislature and the governor for providing those resources for the backlog in the certification process as well as the appeals process.
Okay, and as you know, workforce housing is so important it's hand in hand with workforce development. Can you just highlight the workforce housing that you're seeing throughout the state and how it's going?
Well, as you know, the governor has made it as her mission to increase the housing supply and has charged all of the commissioners to look at state-owned properties. And so many of the projects that ESD is working on does have a workforce housing component. I can mention one downstate where we're looking at an affordable home ownership project that is a workforce housing project.
Thank you. And this is open to all the commissioners. I just met with the superintendents in my district. Can you highlight any of the programs you're offering for our high school or our community college students that tie very well with the entities that you oversee?
Well, I can talk about some of the community college programs that we are offering. I think you were at one of the graduations of something called the Real Life Rosies, which focuses on getting women into industrial machining. And we have been working with other community colleges focused on advanced manufacturing programs.
Any high school programs that anyone's working with?
I do not. However, I would note that one of our top priorities has been to partner with SUNY Systems as well as with some of the community colleges to talk about pathways into state agencies. Or we have certainly a number of trades positions and other pathways that don't require that you have a college education. We're happy to give more information.
I'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Claire.
Yes, there we go. Good morning, thank you. I'm just gonna blurt out a bunch of questions and hopefully y'all can answer them. Commissioner Knight, thank you so much for your work, especially in trying to create the affordability home ownership project, which happens to be in my district. I am looking for deeper affordability and even the use of vouchers or the acceptance of vouchers on some of these projects. In general, I just want to know what ESD is doing to increase Black businesses' participation in all aspects, but especially AI, where there's an opportunity to really uplift Black entrepreneurs and individuals in that, not just workforce, I'm talking about business ownership. and entrepreneurs. And for OGS, also, what are we doing to increase community connection and inclusion to employment, somewhat similar to Assemblymember Darling's question, the programming and vendor participation, the inclusion of local community members in what OGS is doing, as well as elected officials who can really boost and help what you're trying to accomplish. And for NISNA, I just want to say to you, welcome. I look forward to working with you. The cuts are going to be very detrimental to the arts community, and especially the Black arts community, which doesn't benefit as much as the rest of the arts community in the first place, historically. We need to increase funding of the arts, and as someone who represents the historic community of Harlem, birthplace of the Harlem Renaissance, and very much appreciative of the arts, I want to see how we can increase that funding. That funding is not just about the arts, it is about the legacy, it is about the soul of our community, and we are very much in need of those dollars. And at this time, we have organizations and individuals who are just recovering from COVID, who have not even recovered from the pandemic. I'm really urging our governor and our state to invest in the arts, especially in Harlem, where we have brought in so much tourism to this state. And I think it's very crucial and very important.
So I'll start with what we're doing to help Black businesses that are in the innovation space. I don't have much time, but I can tell you that we have a number of venture programs where we're funding Black businesses to be able to have them participate in the innovation sector, emerging technologies, et cetera. And we're very focused on providing support to minority and women-owned businesses in that area.
For the Office of General Services, DEI has certainly been at the top of some of our priorities relative to hiring from the leadership level down to the staff level. We've also been expanding our programming. We have brought back happy to give more information later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Tapia?
Sorry. Good afternoon. It's already noon. We started in the morning. And still morning. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and I appreciate all your time. I know it's a long day. I had two questions for Ms. Knight. And I mean, you kind of answered some of them already while I was here. But I mean, the $250 million in capital funding that the state agencies put to repurpose existing state agency properties and into useful housing. I am from the Boogie Down Bronx. I represent the Boogie Down Bronx. So one of the biggest issues that we have is exactly the housing crisis that we have all over the state of New York, but the Bronx is the one that actually suffered the most from it. So, do you have some more details in how you could provide on this funding? And what I mean by that is such as how many units we are looking to build on those properties that are underutilized, and do you have a list of existing properties? And do you know if would support any housing in the Bronx?
Okay, thank you for...
That's one. And then I have another one about the $100 million that you also say, cannot answer that question, but I mean, one of the biggest issues that we have in the Bronx, and especially in my community, during the pandemic, because of the remote schooling that happened, many of our children, especially middle school and high school, drop out from school. They didn't participate in remote learning. They didn't have, most likely, didn't have a computer a laptop, didn't have connection to the internet. It was a program that was done completely in English, and the majority of those parents don't speak English, so they might not be able to work that out. So many of them worked out, and it was like 180,000 of them in the city of New York, and many of them were in the Bronx, and the majority in middle schools came back when school restored, but many in high school still out there. They haven't come back, and we have to, what I'm thinking is how we're gonna lure them. No, not to come back to school, maybe, because they might not do it, but how we're gonna make sure that they get some type of training, some type of development that actually would help them to, but they're gonna have families. To have
Thank you,
families and-
Assemblywoman. Your answer will have to be in writing because you've
Okay, so-
exhausted your time. I'm sorry. Next, we have Senator Helming.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony today. I appreciate it. Commissioner Knight, when I speak with businesses, when I meet with them, I go out and tour their facilities, whether it's manufacturer, retail, my Main Street businesses, hospitality industry, the two challenges that they continually bring up about being a business located in New York State are taxes and overregulation. It's a consistent message from everyone. And listening today about, all these incentive programs that are available, Micron's getting $5 billion, it just raises the question, what are we doing to reduce the tax burden on our businesses, and what are we doing to reduce the regulatory requirements on businesses? Because it seems like sitting in the legislature, every day we're creating more requirements for businesses to comply with. In these small businesses, they don't have a compliance officer necessarily. So my question is, what are we doing to make New York State a more business-friendly state?
So thank you for that, Senator. Thank you for that. Understand the concerns around small businesses and, what they confront. With respect to regulations, I think everybody agrees that basic regulations are necessary for public health and safety. And, as an entity looking to grow the economy, we are always talking to businesses to understand what regulatory challenges they have and what some reforms could possibly be. So, would like to talk to you about that.
Yeah, and I'd love to have a response to that. What are you hearing and what are you considering as regulatory reforms? I'd love some specific information on that. I wanted to real quick, too, talk about the on-ramp program. I understand that one of the 4 sites has already been designated. It'll be located in Syracuse. And I understand the selection of the remaining 3 will be a competitive process. And I know the governor mentioned that the focus will be on providing opportunities for disadvantaged populations. When will we see the exact outlines for, what are the requirements? When will we see an application process? How will that look? And because I only have a few seconds left, I want to throw this out there. I suggest that when we're talking about disadvantaged populations, that we look at rural communities too as an area that is disadvantaged. Wayne County, Finger Lakes Community College, located right off the thruway, heart of advanced manufacturing is prominent. We have employers who need employees, but who are challenged by transportation, childcare issues, and so much more. So I was thankful to hear community colleges will be eligible, but I'd like to know more about the program. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have to get back in writing because there's no time for an answer. Next.
There's a bit of microphone in this.
Can you turn on the assembly member's mic from upstairs? Try.
Member Simone? Tony? Did he leave? Okay, Chantel Jackson?
All right. So today's Bible study came from Proverbs 27:23, where it says, "Know the state of your flocks," and that's about knowing, your monies, knowing where your state of affairs are. So grateful to have this conversation about the finances here in the state of New York. Now, the governor is proposing global entrepreneurs for $4 million. We're looking to put $4 million in it, and $635,000 towards MWBE. How do we justify having $4 million for global entrepreneurs and $635,000 for MWBE, and the removal of over $1 million from MWBE?
Thank you for your question. With respect to what you're referencing to MWBE, that's one program related to MWBE. I can get you the entire total of that budget at a later date. But focused on the Global Entrepreneurs Program, really trying to root foreign-born entrepreneurs that are creating innovation enterprises that would hire employees here in New York instead of having them take those businesses outside of the state and outside of the country.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood the purpose of the Global Entrepreneurs. But how many full-time and part-time people work for ESD?
About 650.
650. And do we find that to be a good enough number to execute the day-to-day?
We do.
Okay. And then I see that we're in our 8th round of DRI, which is really impressive. But I'm wondering where we are with the first few rounds. In particular, I'm thinking about the Bronx, where I serve, where we started years ago. I don't even know what number we were in the DRI. But where are those programs in completion of their DRI?
I have to come back to you with a report on that. The Department of State administers the DRI program, but I do have, tremendous amount of awareness of where, some of those programs are. And I know that the hub was designated in the early rounds, and a number of those projects have been completed.
Okay, and so the money has been spent down?
I'm not sure if it's all been spent down, but definitely some of it has been spent down.
Okay, I would love to know where we are with the spending of that. And then I see we have 250 for the RUSH program. Are hospitals a part of that state of stock being considered? State hospitals?
I'll come back to you with that, yeah.
Sorry, you'll have to get back to the Assemblywoman. Next is Senator Comrie.
Good afternoon. Appreciate you all being here. I have a question to each person, but I'll just ask a series of questions. Can you get back to us with your numbers on MWBE participation, not in contracting, but in procurement, in services, in purchasing and supplies? How well is your agency doing with making sure that MWBEs, especially in the state, and also New York businesses are doing well in your procurement and services area? Next question would be, what kind of staffing do you have that reflects MWBE as well, especially in your executive staff? And also for the arts, the issue is to find out what we're doing to make sure that long-term nonprofits in the cultural area, especially in the minority, are doing well with the amount of disbursement in the state budget to nonprofits and cultural programs in the state. Then to also the ESD, I wanted to get an update on where we are with the Commuter Van Stabilization Act, where we are with the Commuter Electrification Act, both of which are going nowhere in 2 years. And then just for the Office of General Services, because I only have a little bit of time, how is the Office of General Services working to make sure that the physical plant is operating in the Capitol? There's still elevators that have been out since I've been here, And there's other physical issues that are happening in and around the Capitol, and how many minority contractors are working in this area. Those are my general questions. You can take, we got a minute if anybody wants to answer any of them.
I'll start on the commuter van stabilization fund. We understand the importance of the commuter van industry in your community. I know very well how important the van service is. And we have heard your concerns about the vendor, and we continue to have discussions with the vendor, and we'll be back to you about how we move forward. We have not signed a contract, and so we will be able to get back to you in the next coming weeks around that program.
Thank you. And then just one other question we need to do something on captive insurance for downstate, not just for all commercial vehicles. They can't afford $60,000 a year in insurance and try to maintain a vehicle. I have a captive insurance bill that works. It's worked in other parts of the state. The governor has voted for bills on captive insurance in other parts of the state. We need to come to an agreement and get this done. We're putting lives at risk. Most of the commercial vehicles in the state are illegal.
Thank you, Senator. You'll have to get back to that. Thank you. Assembly
Member Simon, I just remind everyone that we only have 3 minutes for this round, and so if your question lasts 3 minutes, there's no time for an answer. So if the question is just short and succinct, you may get the answer that you're looking for. So anyway, Member Simon?
I see that my audience knows that I'm their audience. They're my audience. So thank you very much for your testimony, all of you. So I have a question directed around Atlantic Yards, our favorite place, about how ESD plans to collect the liquidated damages from Greenland's failure to meet the 2025 affordable housing deadline. When it's defaulting on its debt, it's lost control of development rights, where the housing is supposed to be built, and how do you plan to make up for the affordable housing that hasn't been delivered? That's one question. And then the other question is the Stop Climate Polluters Handout Act that I sponsor is about eliminating the subsidies that New York State currently gives to the most harmful parts of the fossil fuel industry. And with New York facing a multi-billion-dollar state budget deficit alongside the increasing costs of climate-related damages to taxpayers and enormous profits in the fossil fuel industry, which is the chief instigator of the damages, isn't it time to cut some of the $1.6 billion in fossil fuel subsidies that New York currently offers?
So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Assemblywoman, I'll take your Atlantic Yards questions first. As you know, we've been working with the developer of Atlantic Yards as well as its lender to figure out a way forward. There is a default on the debt, and we're working with the lender to figure out who will step in as a designated developer. ESD has to approve that person or entity as a designated developer, and we are waiting to have those folks step forward. With respect to liquidated damages, that default provision would kick in next year, and so we intend to pursue liquidated damages if those units are not produced at that time. Your next...
So I guess like a follow-up question to that is the platforms and the likelihood of them being built and how quickly we can replace that affordable housing that may not, from our perspective, with a developer that can't perform, may not ever be built. So how do we remedy that?
Well, we have a lease until 2035. And so we do have to work with the current, developer and the lender to determine if we can get a developer that ESD approves to step in.
Okay, and could you address the tax? Okay,
I'll come back to you.
I did get my question now.
Sorry. You'll have to get back to us on that. Thank you. Senator Borrello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. I'll start with you, Commissioner Knight. First of all, I think you know I appreciate what ESD does. I spent 10 years in county government, and you provide us with the tools at the local level to level the playing field when we're competing with other states. With that being said, my concern, I think I've talked about this before with you, is that we tend to measure success based on the number of jobs we create. And that is unfortunately a problem still. The reality is that there are thousands upon thousands of open jobs in New York State. And we've talked about workforce, but also, there are industries that could benefit from an infusion of capital and support to help them essentially modernize and automate their industry so that they're screaming for workers, the food processing industry in particular. So how do we shift this conversation from measuring everything that ESD does in success based on the number of jobs you create, when the reality is that's not the issue. In fact, those people that get incentives that come to New York State are poaching employees from our existing employers that are paying the full boat when it comes to their taxes and everything else. So how do we address that?
Thank you for that. We look at the impact of how an entity may create economic activity, the amount of taxes into the economy. We look at a number of dimensions when we think about success of projects, but jobs is one major contributor because that definitely, creates the economic impact, the tax rolls, revenues to the tax rolls, and provides for people to have a place to live and raise a family.
Well, yeah, and I understand that that's the theory, right? But the reality is there are open positions right now that cannot be filled. That's what I'm saying is that there's, I think we have to figure out a way to bring together the idea that what we need is a well-trained workforce and people that are encouraged to take those positions. And not so much saying, we're going to bring a new company to town. Micron, I understand everybody's very excited about this chip manufacturer coming to town. They're going to have thousands of open positions. And most of them are probably not going to be coming by people moving to New York State. They're going to be poaching employees from other, skilled workers from other employers that are not getting the tax benefits that Micron is getting. And that's my concern. How do we shift that discussion?
Well, I think the Office of Strategic Workforce Development is going a long way in trying to provide these training opportunities that have direct linkages to jobs. And so by getting folks off the sidelines that may have had barriers to employment, we can get those folks into jobs.
Okay, great. Well, I've got only a few seconds left, so thank you all very much.
Yes, Member Carroll.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner Knight. I'm going to pick up where Assemblymember Simon left off around the Atlantic Yards project and the default of Greenland's debt and the foreclosure that is currently happening. As Assemblymember Simon was saying, liquidated damages should kick in 2025 if 871 units of affordable housing are not built. 0 units are built today. It does not seem like there is any possibility that a single unit will be built by 2025. What is EDC's plan? How are we going to build this housing? How are we going to complete this project? How are we going to provide the open space that this community desperately needs? 95% of what hasn't been built is in my district. There's a giant hole in my district. There's a platform that's supposedly going to get built over the MTA rail yards, and there's 871 units of affordable housing that needs to be built. What is the plan? Do we actually have a buyer who's going to step into the shoes of Greenland, or are we going to figure some other way out for Greenland to continue on?
So thank you for that question. There is an auction that is scheduled for next month, and so we believe that there will be a buyer to step into Greenland's place. With respect to the 870 units, those units have to be built or delivered, and so there could be a situation where Greenland is able to deliver 870 affordable units, which is why we can't go on the basis of an anticipatory default. We have to wait until 2025. And so our plan is to see the outcome of this auction. We believe that there will be a buyer that steps forward and begin to build the housing that this community is looking to see.
And do you believe that EDC and the MTA are prepared to move on the platform that needs to be built over those rail yards so this project can continue?
Well, there's an obligation for that platform to be built.
Do we have a timeline for that?
We would work through a timeline with
But humor me, like, do we have any idea how long that would take? Do we have any idea what needs to be done between now and then so that if we find a developer who can actually build this project, that we're ready to go with that, with the platform as soon as possible?
We know that there are footings in the ground for the platform, so it should take a couple of years to complete the platform.
And then, of course, the building could start for the 871 units. So there will be a default, there will be liquidated damages, because if it takes a couple of years to build the platform, then we're clearly past the deadline in '25.
Unless Greenland delivers 870 units.
How would you deliver 807? Can they
They
deliver them elsewhere?
They can convert the existing
that are
market
currently
rate.
built at the
Yeah,
site?
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay. Is Senator Bailey or Hinchey in the room? Because I know they all had to leave for things. No. Then I'm the next senator. Thank you. Okay. We talked about affordable housing and using state land before. And I believe the question was asked that, is there any identification of where these projects might go? And I think you said that they hadn't been decided, but I think the governor did talk about 3 very specific sites. So I'm just trying to clarify, is there actually sites for the money that's in the, I think it's $250 million per year for 2 years for affordable housing on state land for specific sites? Am I right?
There are some specific sites, but we're working through other sites to understand if those sites have the ability to be worked on right away, sort of the readiness of delivering the units.
And she also talked about 150,000 units on state land, and you referenced that also. So is there any money for all of those other units, or is there just that $250 million per year for 2 years?
So the $250 million per year for 2 years is for the infrastructure. We would work with partners like HCR and private developers for developing those specific projects.
So like one-on-one deals?
Yes,
with the
yes,
state
yes.
fronting the land, so to speak, and the developers being able to use the land. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, depending on the circumstance, yes.
And do you know, would it be a model of something like a 99-year lease as opposed to the state just giving them the land?
I think we would look at these situations on a site-by-site basis.
And I don't want to re-ask, but I didn't quite understand. You said we all agree it should be affordable housing, but is there any mandate that it actually has to be some formula of affordable housing if we're giving them or leasing them the state land?
We look at creating affordable housing in the circumstances where we can to create as much as possible, but it depends on the specific project and transaction.
And it would be ESDC making that determination, the housing agency, who?
I think it's in concert amongst a number of parties. You know, if it's an ESD RFP, you know, we look at the circumstances of the particular project, work with HCR to see if we can use, you know, some of their tools to create the affordable housing.
And if it's on state land, is the assumption that you still have to follow local zoning requirements?
Well, in many
it would
cases,
be in some municipality, some county, somewhere.
you know, in many cases, we use our GPP and, you know, work with the municipality and the community to determine, you know, the zoning for those projects.
And the governor has separately, at some point, said she's interested in having IDAs get involved in building housing. My reading of the law is IDAs cannot build housing. Could you clarify your understanding of the law?
I believe that IDAs can finance housing to some degree. It's a little bit of a complication in the law, and so we can come back to you on that, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, I'd love to see in writing why you think that's allowed. 'Cause
Okay.
lawyers I talk to says it's not, they're not. So the Arts Commissioner, are you a commissioner? No, you're executive director, sorry, and she just got here. But I've been doing some reading around the economic development value of the arts to the economy throughout the state of New York, and it's a pretty dramatic win. Without quoting all these different reports, some that have been put out by your agency, some by others, but the economic development multiplier effect from the arts is, and for staff, for wages, for taxes, for tourism, is startlingly good. So does economic development recognize arts programs as eligible for any of your programs?
Yes, there are times when some art programs are funded through our RETC process, sometimes through the DRI process, Market New York.
Okay. You don't happen to know how much money from that program ends up going into the arts, do you?
No, but I can get you that
Okay, I
information.
appreciate it. Which is sort of an entry to the next question. How are you evaluating the dollar value of returns from each individual decision that ESDC is making on awarding grants or tax exemptions, et cetera, and then holding them up and comparing them and saying, well, the arts would be a really good investment. This one, not so much. How are we doing that? I know we've improved the database. There was a discussion about that, and we're all looking forward to using that and even adding to that. But is there a standard form that you use for actually evaluating the wins and the loses?
So, we look at our projects individually to see what kind of economic impact they have, the output, the contribution to taxes, building on the work that is being done by the Department of Tax and Finance. My office, we are issuing an RFP to evaluate non-tax credit programs. So we can do some of that work and looking at some of the individual programs and how they are performing relative to others.
Thank you. Commissioner Moy, I don't want you to feel left alone all this time. So in the governor's Executive Order 22, leading by example, she's calling for advancing environmental justice, sustainability, and decarbonization through our administrative operations and procurement. To support the implementation of Executive Order 22, investments will be made directly helping bolster the state facilities, decarbonization efforts, and providing the resources necessary to initiate procurement practices that prioritize sustainable and climate-resilient design practices, greening our infrastructure while reducing emissions associated with state operations. I wanted to read the whole thing. So you and I, we know, have been talking about the importance, in my opinion, of deforestation in our procurement. So tell me what else OGS is doing to meet Executive Order 22's responsibilities.
Senator, I appreciate the question. The Office of General Services, in partnership with a number of their state agencies, are part of the Green New York Council. We do look very carefully at the implementation of EO 22, and we are a part of some of the crafting of the language and the support of it. We are looking at in relative to decarbonizing our facilities, making sure the supply chain opportunities that exist, that we focus on them. So as an example, this past year, we worked through the implementation guidelines relative to clean concrete. Certainly an area in which the creation of concrete, which happens right here in New York, that we are looking at opportunities to reduce the emissions throughout that process, institute a timeline that allows for the industry within New York to be able to adapt to those changes, providing technical assistance to those that create concrete here in New York. And certainly it is something where it will impact both projects that are transportation-oriented, the sort of the horizontal construction builds, as well as vertical as we start to look at some of the retrofits. We are also working with a number of entities, whether it is GSA and other states, to identify opportunities for us to be able to address ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you. So back to you, Ms. Knight. So given the description of the executive order and now what OGS is doing, do you think that anytime you give out a grant or a tax exemption, you also ought to be evaluating the proposal in the context of it targeting and meeting our state commitments to decarbonizing and improving, particularly with procurement and other new investments that we're making? Oh. And it's a terrible system, yes.
When we look at evaluating projects, we're starting to look at how these projects are contributing to, to a sustainable green economy. And in some of our programs, we're providing, additional credit for projects that are meeting or going beyond those standards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're back on, okay.
Sorry. So you can actually reject a proposal because it doesn't meet these standards.
Yes, we're looking at projects that are contributing to the green economy or, have significant sustainability factors.
Thank you. Assembly.
Member Bronstein, sorry. Have you exhausted your members yet? Or you still have more?
Thank you. My question is for Commissioner Knight, and thank you for being here. My question is going to be about the RUSH program. I represent the Creedmoor campus in Eastern Queens, and throughout the course of the last year, ESDC has been having community forums to talk about the proposal. And one of the things the community asked was, they were receptive to housing, but one of the things the community asked was that it be somewhat commensurate with the density of the surrounding community. The community suggested 4-story buildings, maybe 1,000 units. And in early December, ESDC, without informing the local legislators, I found out on Twitter, announced that they're moving forward with 2,800 units, 8-story buildings, right? Much different than what the community was proposing. And I thought the community was being reasonable. This is a single-family home neighborhood. This is garden apartments, 2 stories. 8-story buildings is just much different than the surrounding community. First, I was frustrated to find out on Twitter that this was the final proposal. And not just myself, but State Senator Stavisky, Councilmember Lee, I know my colleague, Assemblymember Vanel, is here. We found out on Twitter, and I guess my question is with this, if the administration knew at the time that a month later they were going to put in the budget the funding for the infrastructure for this project, why wouldn't you reach out to the state officials at the time and try to reach an agreement that everybody's comfortable with? And the other question is, if my colleagues vote on this RUSH funding with unspecified properties, can they expect to be part of the process, or is this a similar circumstance going to happen to them?
So thank you, Assemblymember, for your work on this engagement process with the community on Creedmoor.
Sorry, I just hate to interrupt a moment. And just mind you, during all of this, we are managing a 1,000-person tent shelter that the administration has put there. So while we're trying to, handle that situation, simultaneously we're told right after that there's going to be starting construction of 2,800 units. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
So the Creedmoor plan was released in December with a goal to maximize the number of housing units. Going forward, we will definitely be working with the electeds around this engagement process as we release the GPP and begin the environmental we can talk more about this. Thank you.
Senator Tom O'Mara, 5-minute ranker.
Good afternoon already. Thank you all for your testimony. It's a pleasure to have you here. Commissioner Moy, one quick question for you. I see there is an item in the aid to localities for $15 million for the state to pay the federal government for the rent of Floyd Bennett Field to house migrants. Why are we paying the federal government to use their property to house migrants that they've allowed to come here?
Senator, I appreciate the question. It is a requirement of the federal government that some payment is made, and that was part of the negotiation and conversation with the federal government.
So you actually negotiated with the federal government, and they're still paying them $15 million?
There are services that are being provided, there's access, but these were part of the conversations with the federal government. Happy to provide more information about some of the details of it to you.
Offline?
No, we can do so in the record. We'll respond and give information to the full legislature.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hope, a big concern of mine is manufacturing firms leaving New York State. We just saw a pretty significant article in the Times Union just last week about Quad Graphics leaving Saratoga and mentioning that these are manufacturing firms that they're not going out of business. They have operations in other states. And when they are downsizing, consolidating, they're choosing to leave their New York operations for other states, typically those that are more business friendly from a cost perspective. Quad Graphics, for example, also closed a facility in Illinois, another very high tax state. So we're seeing this trend. The Times Union article mentioned Essity Bath Tissue, which moved their operations to Wisconsin, Kentucky, Ohio, and Alabama, where they have operations, closing down in New York. Lehigh Cement, moving to Indiana. What are you hearing from these companies when they're making these decisions to leave, and what are we doing from an economic development perspective in New York State to do all we can to retain manufacturers and, in fact, grow them? Because I think manufacturing should be the base of our economy, and a lot of other industries will grow off of that. So why are we seeing this very disturbing trend of companies, when they downsize, choosing to exit New York for lower tax states?
So, Senator, understand your concern about some companies leaving New York and moving to lower tax states, and we have seen those examples that you point out. But we also are having more companies move to New York State in the last couple of years. Reshoring Institute named New York the #1 state in reshoring. And so by providing, shovel-ready sites and access to power and utilities and the things that manufacturers need, we're seeing many companies move and expand in New York State.
With incentives?
In some case, incentives, providing tax credits that are pay performance, yes.
So it's those companies that are leaving are those that are not getting the incentives. So the chosen ones are able to make it in New York, but those that aren't getting significant breaks are exiting New York. Just to move on to the AI consortium, $250 million, plus 125 coming from some universities that are going to be part of this. There's absolutely no detail whatsoever on a timeline, a location, how this is going to be set up. At a time when we have significant deficits, in fact, looking at a $20 billion deficit over the next 2 years, and looking at these universities, the top 10 endowments of New York universities exceed $31 billion. Yet we're contributing as a state twice as much as we're asking these universities to contribute towards this. Why shouldn't that be reversed? Or why shouldn't they be doing it on their own out of their excessive endowments?
We have put together a consortium of private and public academic institutions to be able to leverage their expertise in the work that they're doing so that we can, as I mentioned, provide ethical applications to AI.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time.
I just want to acknowledge we were joined earlier by Assemblyman Pirozzolo, and we've been joined by Assemblywoman Walsh.
And our next questioner is the Assemblyman Simone.
Thank you. I have two questions for Commissioner Knight. Good to see you. My first is, the Penn Station GPP remains heavily slanted towards commercial development, requiring less residential development than even the underlying zoning would allow for. With the collapse of Vornado's commercial plans for the area, why does the state not utilize the GPP to tackle the housing crisis, particularly on two current vacant lots in the planned area, the Hotel Penn and Duane Reade's site?
Thank you for your questions, Assembly Member. We will leave the flexibility for the GPP to create commercial office, as we know that there will be a need for commercial office space, particularly over the significant transit center. We are looking at housing for the Penn site and continue to discuss that with the property owner.
Okay, I would hope we would look at closely how badly we need affordable housing in that area. And we have so many empty commercial offices now. My second question is, I was glad to see the governor proposing $250 million to repurpose state-owned property towards housing for the RUSH program. As I know my colleagues have mentioned, in my district on the west side of Manhattan, the local community supports a plan, the Board 4 and many block associations and leaders, to develop almost 6,000 housing units on state-owned sites. How will these funds be distributed, and how much growth can be expected from this allocation?
So we are looking at a number of sites across the state, and we're going to use criteria such as, the number of units that can be realized, the readiness of the sites, as well as how the sites would contribute to community revitalization to neighboring communities. And so we'll use those kinds of guidelines to make a determination which projects get funded.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, actually, I think it's our last senator, unless somebody else is waving to me, and it's Senator Ryan for his 3-minute chair follow-up.
So I have to say I agree with Assemblyman Warner and Senator Tedesco about the Connect All program being prioritized for underserved and unserved community. I would hope that your policies would reflect that. So we're spending a lot of money on high tech in New York, right? Everyone's trying to capture the Silicon Valley. If you look back in the 80s, we had Silicon Valley and then the Massachusetts 128 corridor. Looked like they were both neck and neck about being big high-tech corridors. Had one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast. They were going to become the hubs, which would have been great to our national economy. But you saw over time, Silicon Valley took off, more innovation, more entrepreneurship. And the 128 corridor sort of stagnated, then it kind of fizzled. You really don't hear about it much. So people are looking back at those and saying, why did Silicon Valley take off? And why did the 128 fizzle? And there's a surprising culprit. Massachusetts had very strict and enforceable non-compete laws. California had no non-compete laws, which allowed entrepreneurs, innovators to move from company to company. So have you thought about the negative impact of New York non-compete laws on the high-tech, publicly funded economy we're trying to build?
That's, an interesting walk through history about Silicon Valley and Massachusetts. And, some of the factors that led to Massachusetts not reaching its maximization. We have looked at the non-compete laws, and it's yet to be seen, of course, what will be the result of this. Too early to tell, of course, but we will be taking a look at it as it.
I would encourage you to read the reports out of the Federal Reserve from Minnesota. They looked at this issue when Minnesota put in a ban on non-competes. Minnesota said that our state investment in the high tech will become for naught unless we make it so employees can freely go from high tech company to high tech company. And right now in New York, I fear we're going to go down the Massachusetts 128 route. We're going to invest a lot of money, and it's not going to take off, and it's not going to take off because of restrictive ability of employees to go from sector to sector in the high-tech field, and it really stifles the innovation that we're trying to create too. So encourage you to keep thinking about that, and I'd like to talk to you more about that in the future.
Thank you. Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. Third time was the charm. Thank you all. I know it's been a long day. I want to thank your teams for your responsiveness on a host of issues. I want to mention a couple of issues, and then I have 3 quick questions I hope I can get through. First of all, I want to appreciate the emphasis on housing, particularly with SUNY. We've also talked a little bit about Harriman. Would love to make sure we're working with both of you as the higher ed chair on SUNY developments and find all of that promising given the desperate need for housing. With regard to OGS Commissioner, I really appreciate you mentioning the Capitol, the East Fence, as well as the courtyard and the Capitol efforts, external and internal to that, as well as the electric vehicle state fleet. It was a former bill of mine and Senator Metzger. And as well as the decarbonization of the Empire State Plaza, very, very much appreciated. With regard to ESD, if you would, could we just get a very brief timeline on when you expect to see New York Creates has come up a few times today with the $1 billion investment announced last month. Can you give us a quick timeline on next steps there? And then again, I've got a couple of more.
I'm going to give Kevin.
Okay.
Hey, good afternoon. So the groundbreaking has started on the High NA UV Center with completion or substantial completion by the end of 25 and delivery of the tool around that time.
Thank you so much. And then I also want to, while I have you, I want to just put a quick plug in for the Centers of Excellence, which are so critical. As you know, we did the weather one or the atmospheric one at UAlbany a few years ago. We are now shooting to do RNA. I know it wasn't in the governor's budget, but want to get that plug in there. My 2 other questions, one again for ESD is broadband. Local governments, are we confident that they'll be able to manage the technical aspects of the broadband rollout?
Well, in the cases that we're working with local governments, many of these local governments are already delivering utilities to their customers and residents, and so we're confident that they'll be able to manage that technology.
Okay, thank you, and look forward to hearing more. And then my last question is for the arts. I want to echo so much of what Assemblymember O'Donnell mentioned, particularly that multiplier effect with the arts, which is really astounding, especially in our urban cores as well as in our small towns. Museums. We have the second oldest museum in the country, the Art and History Institute, as well as we have a children's museum, MySci in Schenectady, really struggling. Is there any flexibility with the funding to also assist with art showcasing, anything that we can do with museums to also assist them? And I know we need funding right across the board. Oh. Okay, look forward to following up with you, but museums are important. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Hi. Because we've taken so long, we're going to let our panelists and anyone else take a 5-minute break for stretching legs and other purposes, and then we will come right back and continue. Thank you.
All right, we're going to try to move along quickly now. Remember, we don't need 3-minute questions. So anyway, Member Jones, you're up.
Good morning. I'm ready. Good morning, all. Thank you for being here and joining us. I first want to reiterate, we do need to get to the unserved communities with our broadband program before we think about, going other places with that underserved. I have many of them in the North Country, the lovely North Country, the Adirondacks, which leads me to my next question. Any of this Connect All money eligible for cell phone upgrading, cell phone service? Is that eligible?
So the federal funding for Connect All is not eligible for cell phone service. Some of this work we're doing, like I talked about for the Municipal Infrastructure Grant Program, provides for being able to leverage fiber for cell phone service, which is one of the reasons why we believe this program is very important.
Okay, so we're having issues practically all over upstate and probably in the city with cell phone coverage. Can we marry that or use some of that money to marry this technology to get it on Wi-Fi, to get it on towers, or to get Wi-Fi on these towers to help these communities out? I represent a large swath of the Adirondacks in the North Country, and the issue has become more about cell phone service than broadband, believe it or not. So can we marry those technologies, and can we use this money to do that? There's been a coalition of us upstate that really want to see this happen.
So like I said, we are using the money to leverage the fiber so that we can create open access networks so that these commercial service providers of mobile coverage will expand their service.
So we're working on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Also, regulation within the Adirondacks. We need help with that because you can't have a tree that's 50 feet over a cell phone tower or trees and expect it to work. My last question is MWBE. I have been asking the same question for the last 7 years now. How is the program working? I know there's put in place for an extension in it. I believe in the program, but if we cannot get our people certified, this is ridiculous. I mean, I have women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses calling my office time after time that says they can't get certified. And people come in and they ask, and I ask this question every time, they go, what else do we need to do? Do we need to get a divorce from a marriage? Do we need to give a blood sample? What do we need to do? This program needs to run more effectively and smoothly so we can get these women-owned and minority-owned businesses certified. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So I have a bunch of questions. I'm going to try to talk really, really fast. First is for Executive Director Mallon. Thank you, by the way, for your unwavering support of the arts. We have a lot of organizations on Long Island that, can certainly benefit from, funding from you guys. One of those groups in my district reached out this week, actually, and said that Nassau and Suffolk receive about 3.5% of the council's funding, although Long Island, as you know, makes up about almost 15% of the state's population. So my question to you is, do those percentages sound accurate to you? If yes, what can we do to do better for Long Island, get some more funds in? And if you have a breakdown, you don't have to give it to me now, of Nassau and Suffolk on the funding that each get.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, so can we
Absolutely.
get back to you on that?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right. Next is for Commissioner Moy. Very quick question. Are there plans in the works, nothing to do with my district, for improved ventilation at the LOB building? The reason why I ask is last year with the Canadian wildfires, the Capitol was pretty okay. We were able to breathe all right, but man, you walked into that LOB and it was a plume of smoke. and it sat there for days. And that's where all of our staff sits. And, we make them sit all day long. I, for one, told my staff not to come. So anyway, you don't have to get back to me now, but it's something that we had talked about last year, and I mentioned it to the leadership, and something that I would like you guys to think about going forward. We should be protecting our people that work in this building.
I appreciate the question, Assembly Member. I'll look into specifics of the projects in the Legislative Office Building. There are a number of infrastructure projects that are planned, and I'll look specifically around the ventilation and get back to you.
Fantastic. And then lastly, Commissioner Knight, how are you? So nice to see you. The Long Island Fund, our favorite fund, my favorite fund. Approximately how much is left that you can tell me in the fund? And I know you probably can't get into proposed projects, but if there's proposed projects in the works, what's left after those?
So I can tell you approximately $200 million is going to be used to launch a housing fund.
Out of what's left?
Yes.
And is there anything else after that?
Well, we have a number of projects that have been funded, the project, the
That's a
Feinstein
couple in my
project.
district,
Yeah,
yep.
exactly. The many in your district, yes.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner. That's it.
Member Cunningham? Member Boris?
Good afternoon. My first question is for Commissioner Knight. I'm glad you mentioned ethical AI as part of the Empire AI initiative. There's an initial set of universities that are involved. Safe to assume that other universities may be able to join in the future, that this consortium can grow?
That is a possibility.
Great. And then, has there been an analysis of the environmental impact? The GPUs running big calculations can put a big demand on the grid. Have we done any planning on adding new renewable energy or the effects on the grid of this build out?
We would certainly be looking at how we could mitigate
I know it's early days in it, but
Yes.
whenever there's any plan around that or thoughts about how we're adding, I'd love if you could send
Okay.
that over.
Very
Thank
good.
you. And then Commissioner Moy, you mentioned the Environmental Bond Act in your testimony, and I know you have a role in distributing the money. You're not primarily deciding where it's going. There's all of these different agencies involved, et cetera. I am disturbed that, the first $250 million has gone out and none of it was to New York City projects. So my question is, from your perspective, are there any challenges or restrictions to New York City getting this money from a contracting perspective, from a procurement perspective, anything that you're seeing that would block New York City getting access?
Thank you for that question. I want to clarify that our role in the Bond Act was support the rollout and some of the listening sessions. The decisions around how those funds are going to be allocated don't rest with OGS.
Totally.
So I'm
And
not-
just from a contracting procurement, any issues that you're
I am not familiar with any.
Great. Thank you. And then, second of all, as you know, New York is the last large state to have an e-procurement system. The 2023 strategic plan is actually excellent in addressing this. It talks about revising processes as part of the modernization, which is key. It talks about more feedback from users. So I'm really excited about what you're doing there, and I just want to give props on that. The question is, what metrics will you use to evaluate that new system? Like, what should we look for changing as it's rolled out and expanded?
It's a great question. So right now, we're actually in design sessions. We've already begun in our stakeholder analysis, hearing back from vendors what is most painful, frankly, about using the current systems. Where are there opportunities for using digital signature as opposed to paper forms? Where is there repetition? There's also information that our contract managers would want to have better information on. And frankly, the legislature does ask questions about in terms of which contracts are being used and what is the level of risk associated with any particular vendor. So our hope is to make sure that we are improving for businesses so it's less cumbersome, and that for users of a contract, they can more easily find services and commodities.
Wonderful. I think those are great goals. If there are metrics underneath that, how long it takes to give a contract, how easy it is to find, how many bids, things like that, that we could just track, that would be very useful.
Absolutely, and happy to hear some feedback from you about the things that would be most helpful. So certainly we can follow up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
A member friend?
Thank you, Chair Pretlow, and I'd like to thank all of you for being here today and answering our questions. Commissioner Knight, thank you for your continued outreach with my office. I want to start with the Connect All project that's come up multiple times, specifically the $228 million for the municipal infrastructure grant. If I understand it correctly, we're looking at that to leverage the possibility of bringing more broadband to communities that are unserved. Is that correct?
To leverage that to bring underserved, as well as leverage that to bring cell phone service to induce providers that can expand their coverage for cell phone because of the open access that we hope to deliver.
And that's great news. In the area that I live in, it is rural, but really the big problem is just the topography, the hills that we have. We could have somebody that be just across the street from somebody that has great coverage, great cell phone service, but they don't have broadband, and their cell phone service is nil because they're in a shadow of that hill. So I think that's a really wise investment going forward, and it's definitely really important that we continue on that. I'd like to move to Rush, New York, and is this, I realize that you're going to be investing in the infrastructure, but the housing that's going to be going in, what percentage is going to be low-income, affordable housing, or mixed housing? Do you have any idea of that?
I think the projects are going to be determined on a case-by-case basis in terms of the type of projects they will be.
Okay. And will there be an opportunity for public comment after the project comes forward, or how is that going to work?
Well, if ESD is involved in moving a residential project forward, we're generally going to do a general project plan, which there is tremendous opportunity for public comment.
Okay. And then I'd like to move to the Regional Economic Development Councils and the new guideline that they have to be housing certified. So in the southern tier, again, we're a very mixed community. You have Binghamton within the southern tier, very dense, great public transport. But then you have Tioga County. And just a few years ago, when we changed the reimbursement for public transportation, they no longer have any kind of public transportation. So if you were to locate and try to force them to put housing somewhere out in that community, up in Candor or Richford, it could be very difficult for that person to get to a job or to social services or to the hospital, the things that they might need. So who's going to decide how are they going to get that housing designation?
Well, the governor put out an executive order last year for a pro-housing designation, which would be determined through HCR. The municipality would have to apply, provide an authorized letter from official, their zoning codes, and provide information on housing application approvals for the last 5 years, and that would provide for the pro-housing designation.
Okay, and just kind of following up with that, is there anything in there to try to help support the public transportation system to get that reinvigorated in a community like Tioga?
I understand that that's an economic development issue for the county, and so we can have that discussion at another time.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And Commissioner Moy, with the charging stations that are being installed, is there any coordination with our school districts? I mean, we have more than 600 school districts across the state, and especially, again, in the rural upstate portion of our communities, the electric school bus initiative that's going forward starting in 2027 is going to be devastating. So when you're putting these charging stations in, are you coordinating with the school districts so that they could have access to them or have them along their routes to be able to use them?
I appreciate the question. In terms of the EV transition, our priorities around the state fleet, we have 17,000 vehicles that are light duty that need to be transitioned onto all EV to meet the governor's goals by 2035. So certainly happy to have some conversations around where we could partner, but our priorities are making sure that as we start to convert those fleet vehicles from internal combustion engine to EVs, that we'll be able to service and support the state agencies that leverage them.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
And I will turn back my 6 seconds.
Yeah. And If I can also mention, we do have a state contract where we do support school districts to help them with the negotiation and some of the technical assistance in their adaptation.
Thank you.
Member Gandolfo?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your testimony today. My question is also going to be directed at ESD over the New York Rush program. I'm trying to understand a little better about how the zoning would work if a municipality has a the property would be zoned one way, and I'm referring mostly to the one of the publicized properties in Babylon Village, which is near the Long Island Railroad Station. Now, how would the state work in conjunction with that municipality to build housing on that particular property?
So I'm not familiar with the project that you're speaking about, but the state would work with the municipality and the developer to figure out what infrastructure needs would be required to build the property, and this Rush Fund would probably look at it, on a competitive basis around how many, units can be built, how quickly they can be built, in terms of allocating funding for those projects. So it depends on the circumstances of the project, and we can talk about the particulars at another time.
Okay, but all right, so just then, if a state-owned property was located within a municipality, would the state be beholden to that municipality's local zoning restrictions? Or is it just
The state generally undertakes a GPP process, and so that would provide for zoning of the particular project.
Okay, now, and the projects that the state is eyeing on the SUNY campuses for the housing, I assume those are going to be tenant-occupied apartment buildings, or is there any plans to do anything owner-occupied with this pot of funding?
There could be some home ownership with this pot of funding. It's just like I said, it depends on, it's a project-by-project basis.
Okay, thank you. And final question, well, not really a question, more of a statement. I hope that ESD and the state could figure out a way to really include the local community if they do identify the state properties. Like we heard with my colleague from Queens, they were upset that the Creedmoor proposal came out and they found out via Twitter. So I just hope that there is a process put in place that the local community could weigh in and the municipality isn't blindsided by it. So just please take that under consideration. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Lamondes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panelists, for testifying today. I appreciate it. First, a statement. I want to acknowledge the continued need for rural broadband enhancements. I know there's been some, but I want to make sure that that is communicated for Central New York as well. I want to read something, and then I'll ask my questions after. Acknowledging that New York's business climate is impeded by thousands of pages of regulations. I want to read to you 3 rankings. New York State ranks 49th in state business tax climate. New York State additionally ranked 49th, best and worst states for business. New York State received a grade of F by the Thumbtack Small Business Friendliness Survey. Recognizing where we are, generally on the bottom of the 50 states when it comes to business friendliness, what regulatory burdens affecting small businesses are your top priority to eliminate?
So thank you for that. I understand the need for looking at regulatory reform. Right now, there are no regulatory focus areas that we are looking at. We're really looking at trying to create a healthy and resilient environment for businesses to locate and operate in New York State. The Reshoring Institute deemed New York #1 in reshoring advanced manufacturing jobs. And so more companies are coming to New York to locate for what I believe to be superior access to utilities and power and water and the ingredients that you need for advanced manufacturing.
So thank you for that answer. How do you think New York State compares to other states when it comes to our regulatory environment? And as was cited previously, lots of businesses leaving, lots of jobs being left behind. Let's just take right in central New York, Remington Arms Factory, started in 1816, iconic national company. The last of its 207 jobs are going to be left. So I'm wondering what we're going to do to bring more people in, to bring more businesses in light of what has happened. And I know you can't answer that right now. That's a deep question. I would encourage correspondence and ask for that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Member De Los Santos.
All right. Thank you so much for your time here today. As you know, a lot of our small businesses, mom and pops, have not fully recovered since COVID. So I'm curious to know what's the plan moving forward to ensure that a lot of those businesses remain an undeserved community and receive the assistance and support that they need. In addition to that, I'm looking at the 2019 annual report on the state of the small businesses, the percentage, 3%. And when I look at that, can you please provide insights into the methodology that was used to calculate the percentage in order to better understand the accuracy and the liability of the data?
So I'll talk first about the state small business credit initiative that is been provided by the federal government for small businesses. We know small businesses have had a tough time recovering from COVID and just making their way out. And so this fund, which will be leveraged 10 times, it'll be a $5 billion fund to provide access to capital to small businesses around a number of products, loan products, guarantee products, a number of products that small businesses can access.
How's this information will be provided to them? How do they access this information?
So we've worked with community-based organizations that are focused on access to capital. So CDFIs across the state know that we have this funding and can provide access to many of these programs.
So I'm trying to get also clarity on the method that was used as it relates to the 2019 report, the 3%. To what took place? How do you explain the percentage in order to create more accuracy and more liability on the data that was presented on that report? I think it's a 3%, and then the other shows on the summary, in the executive summary, shows minus 3.6.
And that, that is in reference to?
The small business.
Small
report.
business report in,
Right.
and what dimension?
As it relates to the growth and economy trends to small businesses. I'm just trying to get the calculation. How do you get there?
So I need to take a look at that report. It was done before I was in the seat, and I can get back to you on that.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Executive Director. I have three things. I'm going to talk about the RUSH program at Creedmoor, which I shared in that district, and I'll talk about the broadband connectivity program and Empire AI. First, the RUSH program at Creedmoor. Really concerned that I also found out about the program on social media. We are from a district and a community of single-family homeowners, low density. Really concerned about the scale and the scope of that project, and really concerned that we participate fully, the lawmakers, the policymakers, and the community. Can we get a commitment to work to figure out through this process?
You can absolutely get a commitment that our team will be working with the local elected community and community stakeholders as we go through the GPP process.
Okay, so now Connect All, the broadband connectivity program, really important. We were looking at the ACP program to see how it was spent and that money was spent, concerned that the money is running out, but also concerned about the quality of the services, right? So people were getting not good quality services, right? So the megabits per second were averaging, under 50 megabits per second, which is really slow quality. So concerned about that. Also concerned about the affordability of data plans. So even for, average, income individuals, the average price of a data plan is over $100. Really concerned about what we're doing with affordability. So yeah, if you could address those things.
So I'll start with your first point with respect to.
Let me get one more question
Okay, go ahead.
before my time ends. Empire AI. Really concerned about Empire AI. I know it's broad or what have you, but we're concerned about the broadness of how broad it should be. So we're concerned about, with the already wide digital divide and knowledge gap, and especially when, with the technologies like AI coming, we're really concerned about making sure that we invest in training. We invest in making sure we close the digital divide. We also have to invest in making sure that there's regional diversity, so people across the state are exposed to training in these technologies. Also concerned that our community colleges aren't participating. So we'd like to see training and access to these technologies to women and to minorities.
So I'll go back to your question around Connect All. When you talk about underserved, the way we define underserved is not being able to get service of 100 megabytes per second. And so that's why we're looking at, I can talk to you about that going forward. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. So from the time that I've actually been in office, I've talked about workforce, creating incubators, piloting in programs in areas like East New York, specifically East New York. So I recently watched the governor speak about the 4 workforce programs for potential industries that are coming. I specifically spoke about CIMR, which is Continuous Infectious Microbial Reduction, which addresses the killing of mold and infections without disturbing infrastructure, which is an emerging technology that's available now, that's being contracted through the National Guard. It does not discriminate in its workforce, and it actually has jobs that will journey with the individuals. I simply asked for funding when it came to developing a training center, not only just to train for those specific things, but those partners with NYSERDA and areas of such. I know that ESD has workforce. I heard you talk about home ownership opportunities, and this would be a perfect marriage as it pertains to building a healthy home and developing a strong workforce. So my question is, how do we access some of these workforce dollars in these programs to roll it into a CIMR training and business development for contractors in my district? Additionally, to add to that, I'd be interested in knowing, is there any discussion of bringing back or creating a new Empire Zone program, which actually began first in the designated zone of East New York, Spring Creek, Fairfield, and the East Brooklyn bid? And what overall are we planning to do to address under-resourced communities downstate? That's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. I think we had a preliminary discussion about.
Yes, in all fairness.
Yes. And we would like to continue to have that dialogue around workforce development training. We'll put you in touch with the Office of Workforce Development to think about how this training could be deployed for members in your district.
Okay, and it would definitely be an expansion to other districts because they can journey with other areas. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member John Rivera.
Good afternoon. The first question is for Executive Director Mellon. In your statement, you said the nonprofit sector in Western New York generated $380 million in economic activity, including $189 in audience spending and supporting over 8,000 jobs. I'm happy that you're touting Western New York, because obviously that's my neck of the woods. But I obviously have to, state what's something that's pretty glaring, and that is, we're touting the successes of arts funding while we're simultaneously proposing a reduction of tens of millions of dollars in art funding. So on one hand, we're excited about what we're doing, but on the other hand, it's almost as if we're penalizing entities for doing good work. So I know that it's not your call to determine how much funding is in for NYSCA in this budget, but what's your take on organizations that are, like you said, supporting 8,000 jobs and facing pretty serious cuts?
As I said earlier, we will, absolutely be strategic about the budget that the governor has put forth or is enacted here. I think going back to Senator Krueger's point about the multiplier effect, understanding that more directly, and I think NYSCA does have the opportunity to connect the dots, with ESD and other agencies to foster the ripple effect of these artists and arts organizations, because we know they're huge and we know they revitalize. So
I don't want to cut you off, but obviously, I'm short on time here. It's a little confusing, obviously, to say that we're going to focus so much on this ripple effect and everything else we're going to be doing while simultaneously looking at the numbers that we're looking at. So I'm hopeful something looks different soon, but I know that there's a lot of entities probably all over the state that are tremendously concerned. Next question is for Commissioner Moy, and that is, earlier this year, you visited Lafayette High School in my district, also Senator Ryan's district, and you started your feedback session tour around language access, which is an issue that's super close to my heart. How's that going?
The Office of Language Access just celebrated its 1-year anniversary, and it's really been an incredible journey. The team has staffed up. We've identified data analysts. We're starting to work with agencies to help them with their expansion of additional languages beyond those that are mandated. We've also expanded our work to also consider ASL, which is beyond a little bit of the scope of the executive order. It's been a tremendous opportunity to also think about the ways that the state can change the way it offers services. And part of those priorities for the upcoming year, which the governor has included, is the language access certification process. Thank you very much. We'll share more.
Thank you. Member Gray?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Commissioners, thank you for being here. There's patience is a virtue. Look at all the real estate we have up here now. So there's plenty of places to get seats. So a couple of things I just want to say. Commissioner Moy, thank you very much, and Commissioner Knight both. We were here last year. We talked about the St. Lawrence Psychiatric Center property. A year later, we have action on that property now after much communication. So I appreciate your diligence in that regard. Also for the utilization of state buildings, in a lot of communities we'll restate those are the centers of activities for both cultural and festivals and things like that. So the affordability is important to that. And Commissioner Knight, thank you very much for your attention to Clarkson. I know you come up for the annual event that we have up in Lake Placid last year. So it's important, I think, that we're going to connect Clarkson, the R&D at Clarkson with Micron. I hear the governor talk about the throughway corridor. I like to say it's the Route 81 corridor, anchored by Clarkson, R&D. We have the workforce development that we're just putting in significant amount of millions of dollars into developing out at Fort Drum that will support Micron. So I want to continue to emphasize the I-81 corridor. So couple of things. One on the Connect All. Is there going to be any consideration? We have a lot of towers that are out there currently for emergency services, and a lot of those towers are underutilized, and we have vertical space available. Is there any consideration for Wi-Fi and or cell phone coverage on some of the emergency towers that we have already, co-locating on some of the, many of these counties are undergoing multi-million-dollar investments in their emergency tower systems. So is there any consideration for that?
I know that the office is looking at siting guidelines, and so I'm sure that will be a part of the consideration.
Okay, yep. I would, it's just, I think it's imperative that we work with the counties to try to, co-locate on there. Talking a little bit about Rush, New York. I've been, very concerned about our non-performing assets that we have throughout the state, whether they're on SUNY campuses, the psychiatric center property, the prisons that are decommissioned and vacant. So we have a lot of underperforming or non-performing assets. So I know you talked a little bit about the engagement of the communities. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Where are they going to be? Is it going to be a very active approach do communities have to come to you folks? Do you have to come to the communities? Or how is that going to play out?
So thank you for that question. As you know, we wrapped up the work of the Prison Redevelopment Commission, which provided for some recommendations related to closures. And so, our office, ESD, is really focused on the post-closure process, and will be engaged with community leaders, elected officials to understand what it is that they want to see in their community and how we can be supportive in repositioning the property for an economic development use.
Okay, so, and then I just want to touch base a little bit on the nexus for the RUSH program and the requirement on the REDC to be pro-housing communities. So a community has to develop a pro-housing approach, right? To be eligible for New York Forward as well as the DRI, right? But they also have state-owned property that could be utilized for housing. So there's got to be a nexus somewhere in there between those two programs.
So when we're looking at some of our traditionally very successful programs like REDC and DRI programs, the governor is looking for a pro-housing certification that HCR will deliver to the municipality that would provide for, as a requirement to access some of that funding. So we certainly look at pro-housing designated communities and separately look at the assets that are available for redevelopment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Knight, these questions are for you, and they have to do with unemployment insurance. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, New York State borrowed $10 billion from the federal government to help pay for unemployment insurance claims through unemployment insurance, the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, the UITF, which, as you know, is funded by unemployment payroll taxes paid for by all for-profit businesses in the state. New York State has a $7.3 billion outstanding balance owed to the federal UITF. According to the Citizens Budget Commission, 31 other states used CARES Act funding and ARPA funds to repay some or all of that debt. Why didn't New York State do that, and wouldn't that have been a prudent thing to do?
I understand, you know, the impact that this is having on businesses across the state, but it's my understanding that this interest is being paid down. This is something that is happening through the Department of Labor. I'm in touch with the commissioner, and she's very aware of this item.
We're all aware of this item. I mean, this kind of goes into my second question, which I'll ask real quickly. Due to the unpaid debt, the state owed and will continue to owe in coming years an interest assessment surcharge, an IAS, to the federal government. In 2022, the state passed the interest payment of $160 million onto employers. These businesses have already had to weather through the COVID pandemic and all the restrictions that came with that, many of whom never reopened even, and now they're being crushed by that IAS surcharge and the FUTA tax. What is the state's plan? Is it to continue to let New York State businesses suffer, you know, under these taxes? And does the state have any plan to cover the costs of the IAS for employers as proposed by a bill carried by one of my colleagues, Mr. Ra, Assembly Bill 2982?
Assemblywoman, I understand, you know, like I said, the critical nature of this issue. I know that my colleague, the Commissioner of Labor, I think is going to be testifying this afternoon, and I would defer to her to answer that question.
And I would love to be here to ask it again, but I'll be in session. So you got the question instead of, hopefully someone else will ask that of Commissioner Reardon, because, you know, our small businesses and our businesses are so important to our state. And as has been mentioned by a lot of our colleagues, we have businesses that are finding the climate in New York State, not the weather climate, but the business climate, so unfavorable that they're leaving. And I think that this type of decision-making at the state level has been a contributing factor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to call the absentee. Cunningham? The assembly is done. Thank you.
And thank you very much. The Senate had been done. So we appreciate all of your many hours with us today. I think everybody has some questions to respond to in writing. Again, forward them to the Ways and Means staff and to the Senate Finance staff, and we'll make sure everybody gets the answers. Appreciate your time today. Thank you. And just for those of you who thought we would never finish Panel A, we are now inviting Panel B to come down. Some people who might want to grab Panel A members, please do it in the hallway so we can move quickly to the next panel. The DIA Art Foundation, Arts New York State, and Arts Westchester. And for legislators and panel, we now are at the stage of the hearing where each panelist has only 3 minutes to present their testimony, and each legislator has only 3 minutes to ask and get answered their questions. We refer to these as the lightning rounds. So do I see our panel B people? Good, I see them. Okay. Great.
It's easy to eat up here.
Well, sometimes soup is easy. I've just given
Then
up.
we get a
and
sandwich.
I do a sandwich. It's just like. Good afternoon. All right. And again, I mentioned it many hours ago, but these microphones are a challenge to push, but you need to push the little button until the green light goes on in order to have your mic on, and then you push that button till you get red to turn the mic off. And some of us are up here laughing because some of them just don't work, but we're going to do our best. It's a test of your physical strength of your index finger, I think. So with that, why don't we start with Hannah Gompertz, if I said it correctly. If not, she'll correct me.
Yes, that's right. Hi, my name is Hannah Gompertz. I'm the Director of Communications and Marketing at DIA Art Foundation, and thank you. I'm very happy to provide this testimonial on behalf of DIA about the potential of the arts and cultural resources have to enact powerful economic and community change. DIA was founded in 1974 to help artists achieve visionary projects that might not otherwise be realized because of scale or scope. Today, DIA operates sites in New York City, Long Island, and in the Western United States. We brought our internationally significant program to the Hudson Valley with the opening of DIA Beacon in 2003. DIA Beacon is one of the largest contemporary art exhibition spaces in the country. When we opened, the city of Beacon was a small community struggling to overcome the loss of local factories and manufacturing jobs. Today, it is a vibrant Hudson Valley destination. DIA and the museum have played a vital role not just in this transformation, but in the area's ongoing pandemic recovery over the past 3 years. It's been estimated that the Dutchess County cultural sector has an economic impact of $28.5 million annually and creates more than 1,000 jobs. DIA Beacon alone brings in an estimated $8 million in regional tourism per year and invests about $6 million in the operation of the museum and its payroll of around 100 employees and 25 teaching artists. Beyond this revenue, DIA, like the majority of arts organizations, provides a range of critical services to our community. The museum offers school group tours, professional development for local educators, a summer intensive for English language learners, workshops for people living with dementia, workforce development opportunities for teens and young people, and a range of partnerships with local organizations. Our work would not be possible without the support of New York State. A relationship with Empire State Development helped us to complete the renovation and opening of DIA Beacon 20 years ago. And annual funding from the New York State Council of the Arts supports our general operations. Recent gifts have funded projects like a facade restoration, an HVAC replacement, restroom renovations, and the expansion of a daily free admission program, which now serves residents of both Beacon and Newburgh. Beginning this summer, state funding will also help realize a major landscaping project. We rely on our regional electeds to understand these needs, and funding distributed through state agencies is critical in helping us maintain our sites and corporations without compromising our programming or community services. Your support fuels the creative economy and allows us to continue expanding our impact beyond our museum walls. The success of DIA Beacon over the past 20 years is itself a testimonial to what can be achieved with these investments. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. Next up, we have Elizabeth Rice, Arts New York State.
Hello, thank you for having us. On behalf of Arts New York State, I also want to share with you that I'm the director of the Arts Center of the Capital Region in Troy, so I came a long way for this. We are here today to share our hope that the New York State Council on the Arts budget will continue at $100 million, with an additional $50 million allocated for capital programming. Furthermore, we request that $10 million be allocated to regional arts councils. We all have heard today that our communities spark revitalization, that the arts help spark revitalization. Our request for $10 million to be directed to arts councils is grounded in local decision-making approach that enables the councils to reach deep into their regions to support groups that directly serve and strengthen their own communities. In 2023, 7 arts councils funded 861 projects across 21 counties. 49.7% of those projects engaged diverse, historically marginalized, or under-resourced communities. 39% reached first-time grant applicants, and 22.8% supported Black, Indigenous, and people of color initiatives. Given the tremendous success of this model, we advocate for its renewal and expansion to all 62 counties of New York State, especially as we've seen unprecedented growth of artist population outside of New York City. In 2021, in upstate, the artist population increased by 26.5%, significantly outpacing total population growth in those areas. Here in Albany, the resident artist population growth surged by 50% compared to 3% growth overall. It's clear that focusing in our regions is the next step in growth for art in New York State. Echoing Ms. Mallon and Niska's testimony, it's clear that the art sector is a robust economic engine. We already heard that Western New York's nonprofit art sector generates $381 million in audience and organizational spending, and it supports 8,221 jobs. In the greater Syracuse area, 47 organizations reported over $148 million in economic activity and supported almost 6,000 jobs. Long Island's non-for-profit sector and audiences contributed $330 million in economic activity, supporting 4,900 jobs. In Rochester, the arts generated $93 million to the local economy and supported 3,600 jobs. Locally, here in Troy, the state funding was used to create a public art program that revitalized an alley that was in disuse and dangerous. And now we're sparking tourism because we just won USA Today's Best New Festival of the Year. And so we can see directly how the arts help our community, and we hope that we can continue to depend on the support of New York State.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Arts Westchester, Susan Abbott.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Abbott, and I'm the Director of Grant Programs at Arts Westchester in Westchester County. On behalf of our staff, board, and our CEO, Janet Langsam, it is a pleasure and a privilege to be speaking in front of you today. Echoing the sentiments of my colleagues that have already spoken today, I am here to speak about the impact of the arts, particularly in the Lower Hudson Valley, and also the impact that the New York State Legislature has had in supporting the arts in our area. Arts Westchester is one of 9 local arts councils around New York State that received significant support in several recent budget cycles. We are so grateful for your leadership and to Majority Leader Stuart Cousins' support in securing $10 million appropriation in the state Senate budget for regional arts councils funding for 2023 and again for 2024. Within that allocation, 7 regional councils, including Arts Westchester, each received $1 million, and 2 others each received $500,000. With this funding in the 2023 grant year, Arts Westchester awarded $550,000 in grants to 100 organizations and 64 individual artists between Westchester and Rockland counties. This is light years away from just 5 years ago in the 2018 cycle, when we awarded $105,000 across 45 organizations and just 5 artists. Within those 164 grantees are 65 who received Arts Westchester funding for the first time. The support that you allocated fostered new relationships across all disciplines. Artists created new works that would further their emerging careers. Students of all ages experienced arts education programs, and audiences were drawn to performances and events throughout Westchester and Rockland. In a recent survey of this year's grantees, over 80% of respondents said that this awarded funding enabled them to expand their audiences. Like many of our colleagues, Arts Westchester also participated in the recent Americans for the Arts Economic Impact Survey, and the results showed the arts generated $182.2 million in direct economic activity in Westchester. It has been said many times today, the arts support the economy, and this funding is vital in the ongoing creative and economic recovery of the arts and industries in Westchester and Rockland. With that in mind, we have submitted our request for the renewal of the $10 million appropriation to the 2025 budget, which includes, again, a $1 million allocation for each of 7 councils, including Arts Westchester. On behalf of the organizations and artists we represent, we thank you for your dedication to the arts. We are eager to continue this partnership and build an even more vibrant, inclusive, and artistically rich New York State.
Very much, all of you. Appreciate it. And Sean Ryan will be our first questioner.
It's actually more of a thank you. So thanks for the work that you do in the arts. I think there's a growing acceptance that the arts, besides enriching communities and changing lives, are also a very good economic development program. I've seen in Buffalo the combination of arts and the historic tax credit has really made downtown Buffalo and different parts of Buffalo a different place. So, we support the arts, whether it's theater or big arts like our Albright Knox Art Gallery that recently underwent a major expansion brings people in. We know that over a 52-week period, more people come into Buffalo to see the arts than they do to come in to see professional sports. But we do find ourselves continually in this battle where you have to take a real long time to explain why the arts is important to the economy, and it doesn't really necessarily make sense to a lot of people at first. So, I will endeavor, if I had a magic wand, that more Empire State Development funds would be made available to the arts, because your arts organizations often show a much better return on investment than some of the out-of-state corporate entities that we fund. So I would encourage you to keep up your good work, but also keep making the link between how arts can help strengthen our economy. Thank you.
There are no questions from this side, but I also want to echo the senator's remarks. The arts are very important, and to give my regards to Janet. But just a quick note: when you're asking for something, don't say how much you got the last time. Keep that quiet, That's about it.
I also just want to thank you all for testifying and reinforcing what I had said earlier in front of the previous panel about that we don't look at the arts as economic development when all the data shows it is a direct correlation between supporting the arts and investing in activities that generate enormous amounts of money at the local level. I happen to represent an island called Manhattan. We have a little bit of the arts going on there, but we know that it is a huge draw for tourism, for business, for the correlated businesses to live performance of all kinds, and the visual arts. And we even recognize, many of us, that it's a much better use of our time and money to invest in the arts than, say, have casinos in Manhattan, just as an example of what is economic development and what is not. So I want to thank you all for being here. I don't think we had any other senators. So we're going to thank you and move on to the next panel. Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot you're the casino guy. Oops. Okay, fine. Amazing. Yeah, all through. First Fund for Innovation and Research and Scientific Talent, Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine, and the Food Industry Alliance of New York State, clearly all related to health. And we have Ross Frommer. We have a replacement for Richard Terry, I believe John Weston, and we're looking for a third representative. You only have two on panels?
Only two, yeah. Only have two on my list.
Oh, just two?
Yeah.
Oops. Sorry, one got moved off. Sorry about that. Okay. Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Why don't we start with you?
Good afternoon, and thank you for asking me to appear. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to appear before you today. My name is Ross Frommer, Vice President for Government and Community Affairs at Columbia University Irving Medical Center. Columbia is a member of the Associated Medical Schools of New York, on whose behalf I am also appearing. AMSNY represents the interests of New York's 17 medical schools. I am here today to speak on behalf of the New York Fund for Innovation in Research and Scientific Development Program, or New York First. Senator Ryan, that also spells out a nice word. As it is commonly referred to, New York First is an economic development initiative run by Empire State Development, which provides funds to medical schools across New York State to recruit and retain top scientific talent. $6 billion. That's how much Texas has, the state of Texas has spent on supporting biomedical research out of government funds in Texas. $8.5 to $9 billion. That's how much California has spent. 2.5, Massachusetts. 1 billion, Connecticut. And many other states, although numbers smaller in terms of proportion of their population, equally as high. New York's numbers are nowhere near this. Why is biomedical research so important? Well, obviously research leads to saving lives, but having it in New York also means greater access to clinical trials, and also means jobs. Research brings in money and creates good jobs, good-paying jobs with good benefits. One point, if there's one point I hope you will take from my testimony, is that when looking at biomedical research, and especially biomedical research, investment, funding, money, jobs, venture capital follows the talent. If you increase scientific talent in your state, you're going to get more investment in biomedical research. If you lose scientific talent in your state, you're going to get less so. That's because with NIH, the funding follows the investigator. That's what New York First is meant to address. It helps medical schools recruit and retain top scientific talent. It is a fairly new program, fairly small. So far, the state has invested only $9 million, but the returns are quite astonishing. Of that $9 million, in only 3 years, they've created 183 new jobs at New York medical schools, good-paying jobs, the kind that can build strong communities. The medical schools are required to put up a 2-for-1 match. Right now, we're running at almost a 4-to-1 match. So the return on investment is twice what expected, and that's very early on. And I see I'm running out of time, but I just want to thank you. I have more in my testimony, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, and my second mic working badly with my first mic. Next we have Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine, John Weston.
Yes, sir. Just thank you all for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate it. Dr. Terry's supposed to speak. She's much better looking than I am and much better at this, so I apologize you're stuck with me. I'm a family physician, and I've been practicing medicine in upstate New York for 23 years. I'm also a regional dean at LECOM. And so what we really are looking for is for you to appreciate our medical students and what we're trying to do. So right now, there's 240 medical students at LECOM Elmira, and they're studying the basic sciences to become physicians. And out of that 240, about 150 are all New York State residents. We really try to get New York State residents. We want to recruit them. That's our mission. And then we have 500 medical students that are out with your physicians, taking care of your constituents, your friends, your family. They're out there helping them, and they're learning to become physicians. They're taking the medical knowledge they learned in those first 2 years, and then they're translating it and learning the art of medicine. So you have 740 LECOM students practicing in New York State. Each of them spend about $30,000 a year to live here. So that translates to about $22 million that they're putting into the local economies. And 70% of them are going to the primary care. As you know, we have a primary care shortage in New York State, and they're here to help us. So I think LECOM is doing a good job of giving us some, as a native New Yorker, giving New York some money and also helping us with the physician shortage. We have training sites in Niagara Falls, Buffalo, Rochester, Watertown, Binghamton, Elmira, the Mohawk Valley. We also have it at St. John's Riverside in Yonkers and St. John's Episcopal in Far Rockaway. And what we'd like to do is take what we're doing and expand it and make it better. What we want to do is really focus on students, go to the middle schools, go to the high schools, and really mentor those students that might not think they can be physicians and say, hey, what? I could do this, you can do this. We want you to become physicians. So we want you to help partner with us and help us recruit students that are going to stay and become physicians in New York State. Then we'd like to create a curriculum in the first and second years that really focuses on underserved regions and rural regions and really focuses doing research and coming up with a curriculum that really focuses on rural and underserved regions. And then help us as we go along. So we want to recruit, we want to educate, and then we want to train them. More residencies. As you can see, our residencies and those clinical sites are all in rural and underserved regions. And so allow us to do better, do that. We want to put one in Dunkirk, New York, maybe up in Plattsburgh, New York. Let us expand rural residencies. So let us recruit, let us train and educate, and then let us, those physicians, wherever they sort of get trained, that's where the most likely they're going to live. And then they're going to stay here. Because right now we're losing more physicians in New York State than we're getting. So let us help with that. I'm running out of time. Thank you so much for listening to me. I really appreciate you guys. I saw what you did this morning. This is a hard job, what you guys do.
Thank you.
Does the Senate have any questions?
Sure, I have a question. Sean Ryan.
So, Dr. Frommer.
Mr. Frommer, I work at a medical school. I do not have a medical degree.
Mr. Fromer. So,
Thank you.
tell me about the New York First program. $15 million program last year?
It was passed, I believe, first in 2018. There have been 4 rounds of funding so far. The 5th round, I believe the applications are due sometime in May. I could be off a little bit. After that, that initial $15 million investment is very likely to have been exhausted.
And it's for every dollar that you get, you have to show $2 million match?
That is correct. The $2 million match, as mentioned so far, the medicals have put up, we've generated over $4 million, over a 4-to-1 match so far. We required 2-to-1. We've demonstrated a 4-to-1.
Then what's the ripple effect of that spending? How does it affect our economy or our healthcare outcomes? What are you aiming to do?
A whole bunch of things. First of all, science is for the purpose of creating new knowledge that will help us prevent disease, learn about the human condition, better treatments, better cures. We will conduct more clinical trials in New York, greater access to New York residents to the latest developments in biomedical technology. Venture capital will come to where our faculty are, because our faculty are creating new knowledge. They're turning that knowledge into products, into drugs, into prevention strategies. But even in the short term, it brings in more federal funding. The way NIH works, National Institutes of Health, largest funder of biomedical science in the world, with minor exceptions, the grants follow the primary investigator. So if we have a scientist from California or Texas with $3 million in NIH funding, if we bring that person to New York, they bring their NIH funding with them. So on day one, they are creating jobs, they are bringing in resources, they are attracting philanthropy, venture capital, all the good things we want our scientists to do.
Which state's a leader in trying to match federal money with state money?
Well, as I mentioned, Texas and California are the ones who have made the greatest investment in that. New York has a small NYSTAR, now ESD matching grants funding. But I will say the Texas program, of that $6 billion, I think close to $1 billion is specifically dedicated towards recruiting out-of-state scientists to come to Texas. There's a famous story, and I'm blanking on his name. He used to be at MSK, went down, Memorial Sloan Kettering, was recruited to Texas, created a whole new cancer program down at MD Anderson, wonderful cancer institution, but it's not in New York. He later won the Nobel Prize. Okay, they stole one of our Nobel Prize.
We had and we let them go.
That is correct.
So should we put more money into these types of programs?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Fromer.
Thank you, Senator Ryan.
Thank you. Maybe the governor will put them on a bus and send them to New York. Anyway, Gary Warner, you had a question?
Thank you so much. I'm gonna pick up where my colleague, Mr. Ryan, ended, and ask. So you've been receiving the First New York funds for a couple years now.
Yes.
And you mentioned that the intent here is that research will eventually result in new products, and private equity funding will commercialiate that.
Hopefully, yes.
Right. So and it might be that it's just too soon to have this response, but have there been patents filed or other sorts of milestones hit on the path towards developing new products and commercializing them and creating new businesses?
Yes, and I can give you some Columbia-specific numbers. So our first New York First recipient, it's a mouthful, was Dr. Jordan Orange, who's a pediatrician, does a lot of work in what they call killer cells. He has submitted 3 invention reports and how many patents? And filed 3 patents already since he came to New York in 2019 or 2018, and he's in the process of creating a startup company. Our second New York First recruit was Dr. Simon John, who's a PhD, does a lot of work in eye disease. He has filed, I had this here, 5 invention reports and 4 patent applications. Also say that Dr. Orange now has 33 new jobs in his lab, and Dr. John has 15 new jobs in the lab. Small numbers, but based on a very small investment, a huge return.
Terrific. And so the first milestone obviously is filing for a patent application and hopefully getting that done. Have there been any licenses, any license agreements entered into on the basis of those patents?
I am not aware of any. I'd have to check on that. I will say that there is actually, although New York First is a new program, there was a precursor to this program, a similar thing which New York State had in the 2000s, if you will, called the Faculty Development Program. And there is a lot of good data, and I can follow up about recipients of those grants. Again, tremendous return on investment. We have one gentleman at Columbia named Rudy Leibel. In 2002, he was set to go to Baltimore. The state gave us a $750,000 grant in order to keep him here. He's created, I think it's over $54 million in economic activity, 75 to 1 return on investment, or something like that.
In my last 14 seconds, is there any requirement that once the technology has been patented and licensed and is in the process of commercialization, that commercialization must take place in New York State?
I do not believe this is a requirement. However, New York medical schools are going to look to New York first.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Tom O'Mara.
Thank you. Dr. Weston, I want to thank you for filling in for Dr. Terry today. I spoke with him last night, and for the other members here, he's down with COVID, so better he's not here. You did a fine job standing in for him. You actually kept it to 3 minutes. With his exuberance and enthusiasm, he never would have been able to do that. So, Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine, founded in Erie, Pennsylvania, is my understanding, and you now have a standalone medical school in Elmira, New York, correct?
Yes, sir, as well as Seton Hills in Pittsburgh, and we also have one in Bradenton, Florida.
And your focus and commitment, I'd like you to describe a little more, and your request here in this budget for funding for a center of excellence for rural health and underserved areas. Can you just talk a little more about your commitment and the college's philosophy towards looking to recruit students from rural New York and underserved communities in New York, and the efforts to working to keep them to practice in those communities once they graduate?
Yes, sir. Once we came to Elmira in 2012, and we opened the medical school in 2020, we established residency and centers of training in Niagara Falls, that would be Niagara Falls Memorial, and also Sisters Hospital in Buffalo, Samaritan Medical Center in Watertown, Our Lady of Lourdes in Binghamton, Elmira, and we also have one in Yonkers and Far Rockaway, Queens. So as you can see, all those areas are pretty much rural areas, and they're also areas of need. And so what we're envisioning is we want to train students and get students from New York. And how do we do that? A lot of people don't think they can be doctors. They're not smart enough. I just say, if I'm smart enough to make it through, you're smart enough to make it through. And I just use myself as an example. I come from a working class town in Endicott, New York, and I got lucky and I made it to medical school. So if we go in and mentor these kids and start in middle school and start in high school and say, you can do this, and we partner them up with our medical students in those sites, right? So they spend some time with them. We can bring them to LECOM and show them what we do there and say, this is something that you can do. We're the largest medical school in America. We give out a lot of scholarships, and we want to do even more of that. So, we're one of the most affordable colleges in the country as well.
Now, in the last 30 seconds, for the Centers for Excellence for Rural and Underserved Health, what is your ask dollar amount to get this in?
We're humbly asking for $250,000, and that's humbly.
$250,000.
Yes, sir.
To recruit doctors.
To recruit,
within New York
educate,
State
train.
For serving in underserved and rural parts of New York State.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you for leading me in that. I appreciate that.
Asselman Ra.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Mr. Farmer, you just talked about, what it means when this type of research goes on in New York, and obviously a situation where we lost somebody. So can you elaborate on how the New York First program helps increase and improve New York's research workforce?
Sure. When we are trying to recruit somebody, a rock star, a scientist who has a tremendous record of scientific achievement, but also fundraising, commercialization, all the things that the New York First Grant looks for. We have to put together a package. We have to convince that recruit from Texas, California, that they want to bring his or her lab to New York. And that costs money. And it involves sometimes physical or capital renovations. It can involve staff. It can involve equipment. The New York First Grant helps us put that package together and to make that package more enticing, more inviting, gives us a leg up, if you will, on whatever the competition may be. And let me tell you, some of these folks, there is competition for them.
Okay, and I know New York has done a lot in recent years to support the life sciences industry. How will New York First complement that work, and how can it enhance those programs?
So actually, New York First is technically a small part of the Life Sciences Initiative, but most of the Life Science Initiative tends to be focused on what I call the output, on building the biotech sector, on the new companies, on the industry, on the things that can build sort of large-scale manufacturing. We are the input. We are the science. We are the knowledge. We are the hard work that goes into creating those devices, those drugs, those prevention strategies. Output is great, but you can't have output without the input. I should mention that our ask, I forgot to mention, is $25 million for New York First. I should have said that earlier.
Okay, so, and that input then, is, I guess, to sum it up, is why it's so important to recruit biomedical research here, because they're the input in that.
Absolutely, and that input is good science. It is proximity to clinical trials, but this is the Economic Development Committee. It also is jobs, it is funding, it is mentorship for future generations for science. It is sort of building a long-term biotechnology, bioscience community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other assembly members? We have one more over there. We had one hand over there, Gary.
Friend.
Thank you, chairs. Dr. Weston, I'd like to congratulate you on your upcoming graduation of your first class of DOs. That's really exciting for our area and for your college. Could you elaborate a little more on the impact that the Centers of Excellence for Rural Health would have on the Southern Tier, Western New York, Central New York, communities that have hospitals like Arnett-Ogden?
So what we're hoping is by attracting students from these different regions to come to LECOM Elmira and recruiting them, is that after we train them and we have residency sites there, they can go back to their home and then they can train there and then become physicians in that region. Right now we contribute about $26 million to New York State economy. And I think as we can keep more and more physicians in New York State and take care of this problem we have, a dearth of physicians, I think that's a huge benefit. I mean, being in Elmira before we had the school and now being in Elmira after, it's amazing. We've got apartments going up. We've got buildings that were dilapidated being rebuilt. We've got coffee shops coming up. It's just amazing what, these are little centers of economic development. Each medical student that we have, spending $30,000 over 4 years and then doing residency in those places. It's just really phenomenal. I know you guys talk about the arts, and I love going to New York City. I mean, I love going to the Frick and the Met, and I love doing that stuff. But I think each medical student we train is a little bit of an economic engine that is then we disperse throughout the state. And then we create more of these rural residencies. As you guys fund us a little bit, we can create more of these and come up with specific evidence-based plans to really take care of these people that need better health care and people that don't believe they can be doctors. Listen, if I can do it, anyone can do it, right? That's what I try to tell these students. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Us today, appreciate it. And we're going to ask the next panel to come up and join us. And that is New York State Economic Development Council, Center for Popular Democracy, New Yorkers for Fiscal Fairness, and Reinvent Albany. Hello. Are we still waiting for one more to come?
Someone's missing.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Nope.
Try again, Ron. Shall we start with, just in the order they're listed, with Ryan Silva, New York State Economic Development Council.
Excellent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Krueger, Assemblymember Pretlow, Senator Ryan, Assemblymember Sturpey, as well as all members of the legislature for the opportunity to testify here today. While there are several items in the executive budget I would like to address, I would like to first spend a few minutes talking about economic development in general and the evolution of the work that we do. Our 1,000 members represent communities from Suffolk to Erie County and every community in between. They represent urban, suburban, and rural areas. They represent a broad cross-section of public, private, academic, and nonprofit organizations. Their ultimate mission is to increase the health, wealth, and prosperity of the communities they serve. Job creation and job retention is at the core of what all economic developers do. Our members support and leverage private sector investments totaling more than $114 billion. Those public-private partnerships help to create or retain nearly 500,000 jobs annually and represent $7 billion in annual payroll, according to New York State Comptroller data. This is one component of what economic developers do, but it is not all that we do. Our members also play a critical role in the revitalization of downtown corridors, removing blight, creating new housing starts, adaptively reusing dilapidated or underutilized buildings, supporting workforce development, and generating thousands of megawatts of new renewable energy. Economic development isn't about chasing smokestacks. It's about increasing the quality of life and creating opportunities for all New Yorkers. It's building a new nursing school for the local community college in Corning. It's turning unused and vacant land into renewable energy generation and millions in new tax revenue to communities across the North Country. Economic development is revitalizing Main Street corridors in cities like Schenectady and Oswego and creating transit-oriented hubs in Ronkonkoma and Wyandanch. It's creating entrepreneurial assistant programs to underserved communities in Babylon and supporting great organizations like Minority Millennials. It's investing in a makerspace for the next generation of manufacturer in Troy, New York. It's creating much-needed workforce housing in Westchester County and across Long Island. And yes, IDAs do have the authority to support commercial housing projects based on an OSC opinion and multiple court rulings in the New York State Supreme Court authorizing IDAs to support commercial housing. Finally, it's building out our 21st century infrastructure to support our state's renewable energy goals from Plattsburgh down to New York City. These are but a few examples of the work our members are doing and why we need to update the data we collect and the metrics we use to measure economic success. These initiatives come together from public-private partnerships and our members, and they come from support from the legislature and the governor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Charles Kahn, Center for Popular Democracy.
Hi, a pleasure to be with you all today. I just want to take a second to talk about how New York State does economic development and why we should put a pause on how New York State does economic development. Our economic development program across the state has grown to $11 billion. New York State leads the nation in mega deals, over $50 million. And those mega deals are by far the most risky and most likely to fail. There's been no shortage of headlines over failed deals and lost taxpayer money across New York State. And every year, school districts across New York State and the children that those school districts serve lose $1.8 billion to IDA tax abatements and economic development deals that are often hidden behind non-disclosure agreements, so the public has no opportunity to see them. Just on that $1.8 billion, localities only have two options. They can try and do more with less, or they can raise property taxes. And I know that any homeowners in this state, myself being one of them, have felt, the crisis on property taxes, and that is largely driven by school spending that is necessary, but is often the problem is exacerbated by these tax abatements. I also want to be clear that New York has very little to show to the public on these deals, in part because across our economic development programs, there is no transparent standard on what the return on investment should be, on what counts as a job created. There's no standard methodology on economic forecasting. There's no standard of metrics or evaluations. And that is precisely the problem and why we need to put pauses on those deals. In this year's budget, the governor said that she wants to protect New Yorkers' hard-earned money. I think that is only possible to say that and to go out into the public and have them believe that if we do that. And year after year, I think it's been shared that there are concerns about the economic development program here in New York State, and year after year, we increase the funding to that program without putting in the necessary transparency or guarantees that the New York taxpayers' money will be well spent. As I said, Plug Power, Tesla, NextGen, the Central New York Film Hub, Belmont, the Buffalo Bills Stadium, there are lots of embarrassments that are to be had. And the question is sort of why do these deals keep happening, particularly with the mega deals? This is why they happen, right? The deals are unaccountable, but they make good press. Buffalo Bills, Belmont, over and over again, we've made the same mistake. This is a year where we can fix that, where we can make a change, save New York taxpayers money, invest it in the things that work.
Hello. I'm well.
Good.
My name is Ron Deutsch. I'm here today as the Director of New Yorkers for Fiscal Fairness. I'm also a Senior Policy Fellow with reInvent Albany. I thank you for the opportunity to testify here again today. I think this is something like my 27th time before you. So bear with me, I'll be quick. I only have 2 minutes and 39 seconds left. So I agree with Charles and what he had to say about hitting the pause button. As you all know, we're waiting for a report that's supposed to be coming out. It's an independent report that was supposed to look at all the different tax subsidy and abatement programs that the Department of Tax and Finance operates. That report is supposed to be issued this month, oddly enough. So we're still waiting to see the results of that, but yet we are forging ahead with a myriad of tax subsidy programs, tax abatement programs, when we don't even have the evidence to show whether or not we get a good return on our investment. Clearly, all the academic research points to the fact that we are not getting a good return on our investment when it comes to economic development programs. We seem to have this addiction to giving billions of dollars to billionaires. That just defies logic to me, whether it's Elon Musk or Amazon or the Buffalo Bills. You take your pick. We're obviously subsidizing billionaires to the tune of billions of dollars. So I really do believe that we need to start to redefine what we think of as economic development. And I've said this before. When we look at SUNY and CUNY, to me, that's economic development. That's preparing a skilled workforce, which is one of the things that businesses want more than anything, right? A good, skilled workforce. We also need to acknowledge that childcare is economic development. It allows people to go to work, and that is essential. And it also has a significant contributing economic contribution to our communities. And finally, with all due deference and respect to my friend Ryan Silva, I would say IDAs are unaccountable, they are unelected, and they really need to be reined in. And in particular, one of the things I'm going to be discussing tomorrow at a press conference is to prohibit IDAs from giving away school district tax revenue. This happens all too often, and to the detriment of our schools, to the detriment of our communities, and we need greater accountability, especially when it comes to IDAs. So thank you very much.
So little time, Senator Krueger. So let's talk for a second about the problem with IDAs and the school taxes. Could you walk through the linkage a little bit of that for me and why it presents a problem?
Sure. In my point of view, and in my opinion, what we're seeing happen is these local IDAs are basically giving school district revenue away to businesses, right? They're abating school district revenues in the form of payment in lieu of taxes, such as pilots, or other means. And as a result of that, our study that was done by Good Jobs First is clearly showing a loss of about $1.8 billion in 2021 as a result of those abatements to
All
school
coming
tax.
from the local tax base?
Yes.
And then the local school districts come here?
And then, we're in a situation right now, obviously, where the executive budget proposal is going to be cutting education aid for hundreds of school districts across the state. And at the same time, we're also in a position where IDAs are basically telling businesses, you don't have to pay school taxes, or you only have to pay a certain percentage of what you would normally have to pay in school taxes for a period of 10 years or 20 years or what have you. So that to me is significantly problematic. And then actually when IDAs dole out these abatements, they're also getting fees. So they're generating income for the IDA.
Does that fee go back to the local taxpayers?
My understanding is that fee goes to the IDA to spend as they need to spend.
With no accountability?
In my opinion, sure. These are unelected bodies, so.
Can they take that money and pay lobbyists with that money?
Perhaps that's the case, yes, certainly. I think it goes to their association, some
And
of
do
it.
you have any opinion about whether IDAs are authorized to currently do housing in New York State?
I don't believe they are, no.
And if in fact they were able to do housing, what would that effect have on the school tax base?
I think that would also have a detrimental impact. I think we can look at providing tax credits of some sort for housing or affordable housing, but quite frankly, IDAs are not the mechanism to be engaging in affordable housing development.
I'm running out of time, but do you know what the I stands for in IDA?
Industrial.
Not housing?
No.
Not retail?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Assembly.
Jacobs a little earlier, and I have a question from Ms. Warner. I'm sorry, Member Warner.
It worked before. There
There
we
you
go.
go.
All right. Thank you all very much. Ryan, I wanted to direct my comments to you. I note in your written testimony that you reflected on issues that manufacturing businesses are experiencing in the state. And this is an area of great interest to me because I'm seeing the numbers of manufacturers in New York State decline, even as we make significant investments in trying to attract new manufacturing to the state. And you mentioned in your testimony that that businesses are issuing warn notices which is the step that they have to take to close out their business. I have had 3 in my district in the last year. So this is a problem that is personally impacting my area. So can you talk a little bit about what some of those challenges are that you are seeing?
Sure, Assemblywoman, and Saratoga County is supposed to be one of the most business-friendly communities in all of New York State. So to see manufacturers either closing up shop or laying off significant members of their staff is very concerning. As you know, our members are the ones doing the work on the ground. And the feedback that we have gotten is that the cost of doing business is significantly higher. There are real concerns about access to the energy needed for manufacturers to not only maintain their presence here, but to expand their presence here. I know the New York Independent System Operator has done a number of quarterly reports that does raise some concerns about the state's ability and capacity to hit our renewable energy goals and do that from a standpoint of capacity. It's one of the reasons why our members are doing what they can in any way possible to support renewable energy projects, wind, solar, offshore wind, to try and get as much renewable energy onto the grid so that we can meet those aggressive timelines. But I think there is a real concern about the timeline as it's set up that we're hearing about, and that we need to make sure that we not only have affordable utilities, gas, electricity, but also make sure we have the capacity, because we do not need rolling brownouts in this state anytime in the near future.
And is manufacturing, I mean, this is sort of a gimme question, but manufacturing is an energy-intensive business.
Correct.
Regardless of what it is you're manufacturing, you need power and natural gas.
That is correct. You know, there are ways that these businesses are trying to adapt, but the economic realities make it very challenging right now to do those things.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Murray.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Mr. Silva, we're time sensitive here. So when we talk about the pilots, we talk about the IDAs and the benefits and the school districts losing money. I don't believe we're talking about actual real numbers here because the starting points aren't exactly correct. When we talk about these losses, what are we comparing? Are we comparing real numbers or in other words, is it what it would be at full value compared to what it is with a pilot? But isn't there another option?
Thank you, Senator. You know, the number that is being quoted in the Good Jobs First, while it's being attributed to industrial development agencies, I believe takes into account every tax abatement program that exists in New York State. So 421A, 487A, 485A, B, whatever you know, number and letter you want to throw in front of it. The data that we rely on is the data that we get from the New York State Comptroller. And their data shows that the dollars abated by IDAs towards schools is significantly less than that $1.8 billion number. Secondly, it's based upon a belief that all these projects are going to occur regardless of whether or not the IDA is supporting this project. And we know that the vast majority of projects that IDA support need the economic development assistance. So in almost every case when an IDA supports a project, the dollar amount of new revenue going to school districts is significantly higher than if nothing was occurring at that site to begin with.
So, Mr. Silva, wait, let me get this straight. So if the business doesn't get a break and they decide they're not going to locate there, they're going to leave, how much money does the school district get in tax?
I would say they'd probably get whatever the property was or is generating before
Of a vacant lot
a project.
or something?
It would probably be significantly less than if the pilot or the project were occurring on the
So
site.
you're telling me they'd actually get more through a pilot? Have you had any superintendents reach out to you and complain about this and say this is unfair?
Not directly to me. We do know that one of our members and board members has actually a very good working relationship with their school superintendent. They happen to sit on the IDA board, and they recognize that the economic development projects that they're supporting bring about net new revenue for the school district. And so our encouragement and our hope is that our members will continue to increase communication, work collaboratively where you can There
I'm
are
running out of
several.
time, so let me just close with
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
Sorry to cut
absolutely.
you off, but real quick. So the fallacy that if that the companies would stay anyway and wouldn't leave, according to News 10 in Albany, 158 companies managing almost $1 trillion in assets have left when they haven't worked out these deals.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Assembly.
Thank you. You know, I think we kind of live in the real world, and things that Ron said and things Ryan said are both kind of true. I've sat in on meetings where, you know, in front of the IDA, the companies asked, would you be here if it wasn't for a pilot? And they haven't given the pilot yet. And they'd answered yes. It might take us a little bit longer to ramp up to the number of jobs, but we'd still be here and still see the IDA give them a pilot. So that's a problem. But on your side, you know, I've seen lots of projects that have happened, and the only reason they did happen is because there were significant benefits that were given to them. The other thing I see that things happen in New York State, and I'll pick Micron for an example, is the investment that New York State's made over maybe the last 40 years in higher education, because one of the keys to getting Micron was that within a 2-hour drive of Syracuse, there are 7,200 engineering students that graduate every year. So, I mean, there's a lot of blame that can go around for what we think is waste and everything. But, I mean, the state is attacking the problem at many different levels, not just in economic development. But you're right, SUNY and CUNY, those are great investments. That's the kind of stuff we need to do. But we do need to do a lot of different things, and we all have to sort of acknowledge that. I'm just hoping that we can be a little more careful. You know, I'll give you an example. In addition to Micron in my district, I have Amazon, the second largest warehouse in the world. And they have 3,600 people working there now, whereas it was a golf course before. And I think the school taxes that were paid were maybe $50,000 or $60,000 a year. And I know in the pilot, they pay a lot more than that. So, you know, is it better that we gave them a benefit like that in order to have 3,600 jobs that start at, I don't know, it's $20 or $22 an hour now? The only problem with that is all the rest of the small businesses are hurting because the workers went for higher pay and instant benefits and everything like that. So it's not easy, and it's going to be uneven, but we're competing against the rest of the world. That's it. Okay, thank you.
I would just say with a few seconds left that the School Boards Association, the New York State Council of School Superintendents, and the New York State PTA will be coming out against IDAs giving away school district money tomorrow as well.
Thank you. I guess I'll go jump in next. It's a follow-up question. Do we know how many states outlaw giving away tax
There are a
credit,
number.
tax money of schools?
Yeah, there are a number of states. We are currently behind Florida, Louisiana, and Alabama, if that makes you feel any better.
Thank you. Brian, you referenced that you have used IDAs for commercial housing. I've never heard the term commercial housing. What does that mean?
Well, I have certainly not done that myself. Industrial development agencies support commercial housing projects, which are apartments, adaptive reuse, and have been doing so probably since that 1985 OSC opinion.
So you use the term commercial housing for
Correct.
what we all call multifamily housing, apartment buildings?
It's defined as commercial housing, and
Okay,
it's,
that's a term I've really not ever heard before. I was thinking you were talking about hotels. Again, I've asked EDC from the previous panel to ESDC, sorry, to give me information about why they think it actually is legal, because I don't agree. I don't believe the statute does allow for it. And do you know, but since we're on this topic, in the commercial housing that IDAs have been involved in, do they follow all the housing laws? Are these affordable units? Do these meet housing code? What are these units?
Well, these units have to pass all local planning and zoning laws that are required of the community of which they're being placed in. So without being able to look at specific data, I would say they have to. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to come to market. The data that we have and the data that we've generated from survey activity, which is limited, shows about 27% of the units that are generated over at least the last 5 years are considered affordable housing units.
So I'd love to see any materials you have on that.
I would like to, honestly,
Yes.
if I may, put in a plug for updating the existing public authorities reporting information system, which is something we've asked for a variety of years to generate the type of data that we need to really examine the IDA's roles in a variety of goals that, frankly, the state has put forth, renewable energy, again, being another one of those. Are we seeing a difference? Are we moving the needle, so to speak?
And you raise another issue, so thank you. I asked the agencies that were here before what they were doing to evaluate meeting the governor's executive order on decarbonizing and meeting green standards in any projects we are supporting with tax money. Do you think that IDA should also have to hold to that same level of green decarbonization in your projects? You might have to tell me in writing afterwards because my time's up.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ryan, I'll just direct this towards you. So I want to dig in a little deeper to what was brought up before, because we talk about school districts losing money. So if you have a vacant building, and that building is paying, has been reassessed lower because it's vacant, and now you bring in and offer a pilot on that vacant building, and a new development goes in there, does the school district lose any money?
I don't believe they would lose any revenue from what that building was paying.
Right, because the
beforehand.
base is what the vacant building was paying, right? And then typically in a pilot, over the course of, say, a 10-year pilot, that it escalates, right? So,
It does.
Okay.
It escalates and expires eventually.
Right, so eventually it expires. So how does a school district lose money when a vacant building, which probably could be foreclosed upon and then revalued again to an even lower amount, which would actually cause real loss to the school district? How could a new building or a new, say, manufacturing facility cause a school district to lose money?
The belief would have to be that that project was going to happen regardless of whether or not the IDA supported it. The reality is that New York is a challenging place to do economic development.
Amen. I live on the border of Pennsylvania, and we use every tool in our economic development toolbox. All it does is level the playing field when Pennsylvania does nothing. And that's a problem. But I'm going to direct my remaining questions to the two gentlemen next to you. We talked a lot about loss to our billions of dollars lost for our school districts. I agree with you. New York City remains a sanctuary city. $2.4 billion in the budget this year, $2 billion last year. That's a lot of money. Would you support New York City rescinding its sanctuary status? And if not, why not?
Yeah, I wouldn't support that. As we said, New York State has a $33 billion budget, and we have to prioritize how to spend that money. A budget is a moral document. We spend it on the things that we believe, and I think people that are seeking asylum, they are legally able to be here, and we should be able to support them.
$4.4 billion just in this year and last year. You don't think that could help our schools if all we did was roll up the welcome mat that's out in front of New York City and New York State? You don't think? Yeah. I'm just trying to understand the practical application of beating up economic development when we're spending billions of dollars because New York City is a sanctuary city.
Absolutely. So, the goal of economic development, the goal of government is to help people. I can show you here that economic development is losing money, right? We spent $4 million per job on Plug Power. That was a waste of public money.
I understand that.
Wait, let me just finish. We sold the Tesla factory equipment at a loss, right? And didn't help
I
anybody.
want to say that I agree with
If
that
when
it's
we help
wasteful.
migrants, we're actually helping people,
They're
and
throwing out
that's what should
8,000 meals
matter
a day
the
at the
most.
courtesy of the taxpayers.
Immigrants are economic
Thank you, Senator
development.
Borello. Thank you. Any other people have, oh, Senator Amaro, you were on the list. And you had no more.
Thank you. Mr. Silva, as it comes to housing and industrial development, do employees and workers at a plant that's incentivized to be there, an industry, do they live at the plant?
I don't believe so.
I think they need housing in the community to be able
Housing
to
is where
support the
jobs
working
go
families,
after
correct?
5 p.m. or 7 p.m. depending, or 9 p.m. depending upon the shift you work.
Now, with respect to the loss of tax dollars, taking away from, if there's a dilapidated or vacant industrial site, it's paying $10,000 a year in property taxes as it's vacant, and it gets developed in part with incentivizing by a pilot, and it ends up paying $100,000 in taxes, even under a pilot. That seems to me to be a net benefit to the school district and other taxing entities of $90,000, not a loss of tax dollars. I mean, that's the way I look at these.
That's the way we view it as well, that these are net new gains. I do want to address Alabama and Florida because they were brought up. Alabama spends $10,000 a year per student, or $7.6 billion annually. They rank 46th in the country in education. Florida spends $9,800 a year per student, or $28 billion annually, and Florida ranks 42nd in the nation for education. New York State spends $37,000 per year per student, and New York ranks 6th in education. I don't think we want to be like Florida and Alabama when it comes to education. And frankly, when we talk about them not abating those programs, you can't abate when you don't spend, and they don't spend on K through 12 education the way New York State does.
Thank you. Just in the last minute, I went over with ESD Commissioner Knight on the seeming trend in losing manufacturers from New York State, particularly manufacturers that have operations in other states. When they're making decisions to downsize, they're closing New York and going to lower cost states. What data or information do you have on that? And is anybody doing exit interviews with these companies? Because it seems like you wake up and get notice that 400 jobs are leaving and nobody knew about it, nobody did anything. And I don't see the companies really making a statement on that. So who's doing the exit interviews on these?
That's a great question. I don't know that there's a specific individual, organization, or entity that's appointed to do that. ESD may collect information or ask companies about why they're leaving. I know our members try to do that as well. So there's work to be done.
Thank you.
Presentations. Thank you. Welcome to follow up on questions in writing to us. Before I call the last panel of this hearing, I want to remind everyone it is the last panel of this hearing. So when this panel's done, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Then we're going to come back as a brand new hearing. So anybody out there listening, if you think you're coming to the workforce hearing that in theory should have started at 2, but I warned everyone we're never on time, that it's more likely starting at around 3. And so hopefully the people on the first panel of workforce will be here and ready to start. With that, last panel, Student Borrower Protection Center, New York Law School Advanced Communication Law and Policy Institute, National Federation of Independent Business, and Wireless Infrastructure Association. If any of these folks are still with us waiting, I want you to come on down for the panel. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So let's start with the Student Borrower Protection Center. And remember, you have to press hard so the green light's on.
Great.
Okay, hi.
Hi, good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the legislature. My name is Winston Berkman-Breen. I'm the legal director at the Student Borrower Protection Center, a national policy nonprofit focused on eliminating the burden of student debt across America, including for over 2.5 million New Yorkers. In this role, I regularly work with consumer protection laws across the country. Prior to joining the SBPC, I was the Director of Consumer Advocacy and Student Loan Ombudsman at New York Department of Financial Services and a legal services attorney before that. Thank you for the chance to testify about the governor's proposed Consumer Protection Act, Part JJ of the TED Article 7 bill in the budget. I submitted more detailed written testimony, so I'll use my time today to emphasize one point. New York's basic consumer protection law, New York Business Law 349, lags far behind the rest of the country, fails to protect New York households and small businesses, and was called toothless by the National Consumer Law Center. The national standard for consumer protection at both the state and federal levels are so-called UDAP laws, bans against unfair, deceptive, and abusive acts and practices. These terms are well defined by statute and courts and are generally applicable to all aspects of the economy and already applied in New York through federal law. New York, often considered a bastion of consumer protection, is one of only 8 states without a true UDAP. Our law prohibits only deceptive acts and practices and has several outdated provisions and judicially imposed limitations. This leaves New York open to all manner of unfair and abusive economic conduct that is unlawful elsewhere and puts honest companies at a competitive disadvantage. This affects student loan borrowers, homeowners, nursing home residents, car owners, and mom and pop shops, among others. This vacuum also allows bad actors to target and extract wealth from communities of color. New York is overdue to modernize its consumer protection law. As proposed in her initial Article 7 bill, Governor Hochul's Consumer Protection Act would address some of the issues with the current consumer protection law, such as prohibiting unfair and abusive acts and practices alongside deceptive conduct. These are meaningful changes, but advocates were deeply troubled to see the proposed text omits critical fixes to existing law that ultimately undermine its effectiveness. Senator Comrie and Assemblymember Weinstein have already introduced legislation that would bring New York's consumer protection law into parity with the rest of the country, the Consumer and Small Business Protection Act. This bill is similar to the governor's Consumer Protection Act, but includes the key provisions that are missing in the budget language. My written testimony compares the existing law, the budget text, and the legislation, but today I'll say that the Comrie-Weinstein bill reflects best practices from across the country and incorporates New Yorkers' lived experiences, and is the gold standard for consumer protection. For this reason, I urge the legislature to adopt the Consumer and Small Business Protection Act in their one-house budget proposals and to engage with the executive to improve New York's existing law as part of the budget process. With a true UDAP in place, honest businesses will thrive and consumers will navigate the marketplace without fear of being taken advantage of. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Good afternoon, distinguished members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michael Santarelli. I'm a director of the ACLP at New York Law School. My written testimony touches on a number of issues related to the efforts of the state's Connect All office to distribute more than $1 billion in grants to close New York's digital divide. I'd like to focus my remarks now on the state's recently announced municipal infrastructure program, which will allocate about $228 million in support of municipal broadband projects. It was eye-opening to hear ESD earlier admit that the program will, in fact, waste once-in-a-lifetime funding on projects that will create duplicate broadband networks in served areas. Make no mistake, Connect All is poised to support construction of additional broadband networks in served areas at a time when that funding could be used to facilitate broadband expansion into areas that lack even a single provider. We have written extensively on the topic of municipal broadband. These projects are incredibly risky because in almost every case they're built in markets that are already served, placing them in direct competition with private internet service providers that are much nimbler and more experienced when it comes to running a business. Many public networks struggle or fail to sustain themselves financially. Oftentimes, localities must prop up these networks with taxpayer funds to offset financial losses. In dozens of cases, networks have failed and been sold to private entities at a steep loss. And respectfully, contrary to what the commissioner stated earlier, broadband is significantly different than electricity or water utility service. Water and electricity are monopoly services that do not compete with others. Broadband providers are in a competitive marketplace. Given these facts, we've argued that all available broadband funding should focus first and foremost on serving unserved areas. Only after that critical policy objective is achieved, the state should carefully study whether subsidizing municipal broadband overbuilding makes sense. If the state chooses to subsidize municipal broadband overbuilding, then it should do so with the understanding that its financial support will lead to the assumption of many risks by a city or town once it enters the broadband market. It does not appear from publicly available information that ConnectAll has taken these reasonable steps. Also left unaddressed is what happens when these networks struggle, and there will be struggles. Will the state subsidize struggling projects? How will the state deal with failed networks? Is the legislature willing to allocate additional taxpayer funds to prop up these networks in perpetuity? We recently published a profile of broadband in New York, and among many other things, we analyzed the history of municipal broadband and its potential fate in New York. I submitted a copy of that with my testimony and commended to the committees for review. So in closing, the ACLP respectfully submits that all available funding for broadband should be focused on closing the digital divide. Thank you.
FIB, Ashley Renslow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. NFIB, the National Federation of Independent Business, is a member-driven organization representing over 11,000 small businesses across the state of New York. NFIB members are the businesses that we all think about when we think of small business. Local hardware stores, independent restaurants, florists, barbers, retailers, dry cleaners, convenience stores, whatever you could think of, those are NFIB members. There are close to 500,000 small businesses with employees in New York. These small businesses employ 40% of the state's private sector workforce, and that's over 3 million New Yorkers, and their production accounts for nearly half of the state's GDP. A strong, vibrant small business ecosystem supports local tax bases, governments, and schools. 67 cents of every dollar that you spend at a small business is recirculated in the local economy. Small businesses are local job creators and the bedrock of our state and local economies, but they continue to face significant financial challenges, from inflation to elevated gas and energy prices, the highest possible state unemployment insurance taxes, and the exodus of workers from the labor force. Post-pandemic financial challenges have made, and New York's difficult business environment have taken a toll on small businesses. According to Empire State Development, since 2018, New York has lost more than 17,000 small businesses. Supporting pro-small business priorities as proposed in the governor's budget, addressing the state's outstanding unemployment insurance debt, and overhauling the state's economic development strategy are the best ways to spur economic growth in communities across our state. There are 4 provisions, which I lay out in my testimony, that we support. First and foremost, sunsetting the state's outdated COVID sick leave law as proposed in the governor's budget, the Alpha Part M. Also an Alpha Part K, which makes clarifications to Labor Law 191 that prevents businesses from further harm by clarifying the labor law, that it does not entitle a manual worker to receive liquidated damages if they were paid at least biweekly or semi-monthly. Small businesses have been victims of these lawsuits, and it has put businesses out of business or in very dire situations. Lastly, we encourage the state to tackle the $7.3 billion unemployment insurance debt, which is leading to the highest possible state UI taxes, interest assessment surcharges, and increased federal UI taxes. And lastly, the state must rethink its economic development strategy that benefits Main Street and businesses that have been here for generations and year after year paying taxes to the state of New York. We have to make sure that money is invested and is benefiting local independent small businesses. We thank you for the time and consideration and working together to create an environment that helps small businesses for the betterment of their employees, local communities, the economy, and all New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. And our last testifier is Carmen Rajamani. Close?
Yes.
Okay. Wireless Infrastructure Association.
Yes, a gold star for you, Chairwoman. I am Carmen Rajamani. I am our VP of Government Affairs with the Wireless Infrastructure Association, and thank you for the invitation to testify today. We advocate for the widespread, responsible deployment of wireless infrastructure to enable connectivity everywhere and ultimately to close the digital divide. More than 132,000 households in the state of New York lack broadband access, a fact that we cannot accept in 2024. Despite substantial state and federal investments, there are barriers to universal connectivity. One of these is the sluggish and inconsistent nature of municipal permit review. In a recent report by the Hudson Valley Pattern for Progress entitled Making It Mesh, How the Hudson Valley Can Prepare for Next Generation Wireless, it analyzed the different jurisdictional permitting processes across the state. These variations led to delays and even the derailing of critical projects designed to bring that next generation wireless connectivity to communities statewide. The report emphasized the impracticality of the current application process for all stakeholders involved. This piecemeal application process imposes a substantial administrative burden on municipal staff as well as service providers. In the end, it's citizens who pay the price as they are deprived of the high-speed, reliable online access they need. While federal regulations aim to tackle inefficiencies in permitting review, it is important to note that New York can maintain its status as a home rule state while improving its processes. Legislation is critical to streamline the permitting review for wireless telecommunications applications, bringing predictability, proportionality, transparency to the permitting process for communities and service providers, resulting in faster broadband deployment. I urge the committee to prioritize this crucial issue for the benefit of all New Yorkers, and I thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And Senators, hello, Senator Borrello. You're the only hand I see at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Kruger. First of all, I wish I could say something for all of you, but I'm going to have to focus on NFIB because I'm a proud member, and I want to just ask a question. You brought up the unemployment insurance debt. It's very timely because I literally got an email this morning from my wife, which she forwarded an email from our payroll company about the amount of money they're going to impound in order for New York State's failure to do anything about the unemployment insurance debt. And she lists the thousands of dollars that our little companies are going to pay in order to satisfy the penalties and interest, on top of paying the highest unemployment insurance rates now every business in New York State is paying. Can you please explain to the panel what this is doing to small businesses and what they are actually paying for because of New York State failing to apply any money whatsoever from the federal COVID relief money to the unemployment insurance debt? Please explain that.
Sure. So they're really being hit on multiple fronts. So when the solvency of the fund hits zero, which New York's is at because it's still in debt, it triggers the highest possible state UI tax rates. So you're automatically in the highest sort of bucket. So that averages about an extra $250 per employee per year, right? And we've been doing this now for a few years. But you also have to pay the interest on the state's debt. So in every summer, businesses are hit with what we call an interest assessment surcharge, which is $20 to $25, depends on the interest level per employee. But also, the federal government has a tool to try and get state governments to pay back their debt by offsetting the federal UI taxes. So New York, because it's been in debt after a couple of years now, our FUTA, what they call the FUTA adjustment, has been offset. So we're paying the highest possible state UI taxes, plus the interest assessment surcharge, plus extra federal UI taxes. All in all, you're talking north of $300 per employee that businesses are paying per year. And we've been doing this now for a couple of years. So these are thousands of dollars. This is a lot for small businesses. That's a lot of money.
Absolutely. And we never got an answer from the Department of Labor as to how much fraud was experienced. But the comptroller estimated about $11 billion, which is about the same amount of money that we were in debt. So essentially, the debt that every small business, every business in New York State is paying off now is a result of fraud, unchecked fraud in the unemployment insurance system, wouldn't you say?
So it's, I think the Department of Labor has one set of numbers. The comptroller obviously has another set of numbers. It's unclear sort of
I don't think
whose
the Department of Labor
numbers.
gave us any numbers. I think they didn't give us any numbers as to what the fraud was experienced, did they?
Yeah, so I mean, fraud was certainly something that should have been addressed, needed to be addressed, wasn't addressed, and that certainly led to a significant flow of dollars out of the system that unfortunately we haven't gotten back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ashley, I want to start with you. So we, in the last panel, and you were here, I saw, there was a lot of conversation about the role of IDAs in economic development. And there are some IDAs that have, through application fees that they have collected, they have generated reserves, cash reserves, that they really can't do much with. When you think about reforming our economic development process, could you imagine a role for those IDAs in making investments in stabilizing Main Street businesses and the communities that they represent?
Absolutely. I think so whether it's IDA or state economic development dollars coming through ESD through various programs, I think what you have seen, if you look at these programs, good or bad, they're highly specific to, innovation or technology or life sciences, et cetera, et cetera. That's not your typical small business, that's lining your Main Street, but those are the ones who've been there year after year, who are paying taxes to the state, who, are creating the local jobs, et cetera. I think anytime we can look at a way to sort of redirect some of those economic development dollars to those Main Street businesses, is a win-win for New York State. We've certainly, losing 17,000 small businesses since 2018, we need to reverse that trend, right? So we need to come up with a way of using our economic development dollars so we're not picking winners and losers.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Rajmani, so I want to just follow up on something you were saying about how challenging it is to get through local review processes when the processes are different lengths of time. Wireless companies have choices as to where they spend their money, where they make investments.
Yes.
To what extent have you seen companies choosing to put their money in other states where the review process is more streamlined and predictable across localities?
Yes, that's a great question, Assemblywoman. That we do see that as a trade organization, we have a wide variety of members, and we work with them on their challenges. But we do see that from a wireless carrier, they have $1 to spend. That deployment dollar they would rather spend in actually deploying the steel, the antennas, to make the connectivity work, bring it into new areas, or provide coverage or capacity gaps. They would rather spend the dollars there, frankly, from a business and I think from your community and residents. They'd rather do that too. But yes, those dollars go to other states where it's easier and faster to deploy and spend that dollar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley, for your testimony. It's always good to see you and work with you. Michael, I have a question about the broadband. So where I live, we don't really have free market. The city signs a franchise agreement with a cable company, and then no one else could come into the market. And there's another fiber company trying to come in. Do you think we should use the Reconnect money or the Connect All money to assist that second company?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question. I mean, it is a free market. Anyone can enter the market if the finances work for the ISPs.
But you can't if the cities sign franchise agreement with cable providers.
Anyone else can come in. Yep. I mean,
you can get on the pole access.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you can negotiate and come to an agreement, anyone
with
can enter.
The city.
Right.
Yeah, but they're not going to sign more than one.
Well, they could.
well, usually their agreements say you can't. Like, that's
Right.
the exclusivity.
But I mean, so regardless, I mean, I would
I don't
argue.
have an opinion here about, but I was just.
Well, I would argue that any ISP could explore and potentially enter the market, but your market is already technically served. So arguably, and what we think and what many others think, is that available broadband subsidies should go to the areas that are not served
So we
first.
should go to the unserved
Right.
before the underserved.
Yes.
So I have pretty slow, and I see the wheel.
Right.
But that's way better than people a few miles away who have nothing.
Right.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But doesn't a lot this just go back to the fact that we don't regulate internet like we do other utilities, water, gas, electric? We allowed Verizon to build a statewide FiOS fiber optic network almost 20 years ago, and we gave them permission to skip Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, in Albany.
Right. So, as I mentioned before, broadband is completely different from the natural monopoly services of electricity and water, and rightly so, because it could be delivered in various different ways: cable, fiber, wirelessly, fixed wireless, mobile wireless. Electricity and water you get through this one pipe. And the regulatory systems are completely different for that reason alone. You don't want to regulate a broadband like a monopoly service and then close the door to all other providers and stop innovation in the delivery of services. Because
have
over
you
the
really seen innovation in this?
Sure. Fixed wireless has exploded in recent years in many of these rural, unserved, underserved areas through T-Mobile, Verizon.
I hope the innovation comes to my area soon, because I'm still-
Sure. I mean, the localities can probably
still
work
taking
with their.
a long time to download a Netflix movie. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Oops, do you have any others? Someone?
Yes, I missed,
Sorry.
Member Otis.
Thank you, chairs. And thank you all for your testimony. You all had little different silos of this, all very interesting and good work on all of your parts. I have a question for Mr. Santarelli. Interested in maybe knowing more about your institute, but curious whether your institute has a position or done reports on local digital inclusion programs. Most of the federal money and a lot of the state money is on the macro broadband infrastructure, and we need to do that. But there's also a need to make sure that we're sending a share of the big funding to these local programs that close the digital divide, people that have been excluded. So tell me about your work, if any, in that silo.
Absolutely, and that's actually been a personal passion of mine. And for many years, we've always argued that what we call the demand side of issues, the digital literacy, the adoption, has been completely overlooked by the state. Now it's being forced to come up with a plan as a result of receiving, I think, $20 or $30 million in federal funding, digital equity funding. They have to come up with a plan to finally address these issues on a statewide level. Over the years, we've seen pockets of New York City has a digital equity plan, and other parts of the state have had, but there's never been a comprehensive look at these issues. And that's been a true failing of the state, frankly, and a frustration of mine, again, because regardless of experiences with services, notwithstanding, the state is incredibly well served when you look at the data, and adoption rates are actually pretty high. But it still lags in certain communities, low-income households, older adults, and some others. And there's been very few studies or looks at digital literacy skills, which is increasingly important now in the age of AI and with everything being online. There's no curriculum for digital literacy. There's no standards for digital literacy. There's no data for digital literacy. So it's been a failing. Hopefully the state will come around and through the implementation of its digital equity plan, finally get the state on the right track on these issues.
So, and Connect All has done their two reports that they've submitted to the federal government.
Right.
I think the focus, and maybe you'll share in the advocacy of this, is to make sure that we're getting a healthy amount of money to these local practitioners, because you can build the infrastructure, but if people still don't have the digital literacy skills, you're not providing the access that we desire. So thank you, and eager to learn more about your institute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Ra?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Roundsell, can you, well, I guess this is general in terms of what we've been talking about all day today, but first a question, and I think I know what your answer is, and then if you can elaborate on how we can do better. But, you know, we've talked about $11 million in economic development in this state. Many people, myself included, would say that it spends too much for what return we get. So A, are these programs designed in the best way they can be to benefit our small businesses in New York State?
No.
Okay, and how can we make them better benefit our small businesses so that we can reverse that loss of 17,000 small businesses since 2018 that you spoke about earlier?
I think we need to look at, you know, we have a lot of different programs, for example, that offer tax credits or certain, you know, tax advantageous benefits to certain types of companies or programs, et cetera. We need to look at opening those up, right? We've put 2 small businesses, right? Because you look at it, and I had this conversation with Senator Ryan not too long ago, you know, we're giving out money to larger businesses or bigger corporations who arguably might have the resources to do X, Y, or Z. Small businesses don't necessarily have the access or resources to do the same thing. And for example, wouldn't it be great for an independent bookstore on your main street to be able to use a grant or use a tax credit program to invest in additional point of sale software or website development so that it could sell goods online like Amazon can, right? Or whoever. So, you know, how do we look at the way we spend economic development dollars and reimagine them so that small businesses can take advantage of some of these tax credit and different related programs that we offer to other types of businesses?
Thank you.
Assembly members?
Thank you. And as chair of small business, once upon a time, I'm sure I actually remember how many press conferences we did trying to get some assistance on the unemployment insurance issue. And what you might not know is we came very close because in conference we got to the point where we were going to pay all the interest and we were going to refinance a bunch of it at a lower interest rate. Then labor came in and said, well, if you're giving business that, you got to give us this, and that blew up the whole deal. So we came close, but not quite. But one thing I'd like to clear up, maybe a misperception. We've lost 17,000 small businesses, but there's not a week that goes by that I don't send out letters to 12 new small businesses in my district, and I think you can spread that across the state. Most businesses fail within the first 5 years, and most of them are small businesses. So there's a lot of swirl, basically, as far as businesses starting and businesses ending. So I don't think we're quite as bad as maybe some of the numbers might make us look. And Ms. Rajmani, do you have a prototype of a process that we could standardize that, you know, would make it easier to go through the permitting process?
Yes, actually. And that with our association that we championed one early, I forget, is it a new year? But at the end of last year, we worked with the Adirondack Park Agency, that they were going through a code rewrite, that they're a rural area, they need connectivity. They have been very innovative. We've been talking about where is the innovation. They've been very innovative and understand that there is a push-pull on the aesthetics, perhaps, of these infrastructure, but everyone understands the necessity for them. So how do we get it with in a way that the community will accept? And so we were able to work with the agency very successfully, that they came with a code rewrite. It wasn't perfect. Of course, that from an industry perspective, we'd like a little something else, but we left that for another day. It does a lot to address community aesthetic concerns, citing, but it was technology agnostic. So it allows for all the different sorts of technologies to help close the digital divide. It took the community involvement. It's part of the process at the beginning of, frankly, where to site it. But after that, it's a permit.
Would you be willing to send me whatever you
Oh,
have as a
absolutely.
prototype? Appreciate it.
Sure.
But for NFIB, I would love if you could help us understand, even though we talk about the number of small businesses closing, based on the previous question, what is the normal churn, so to speak, of businesses going out of business or starting up? And since you're national, does New York's rate, in fact, dramatically different than other states, right? I understand lots of businesses close, but I actually don't know whether we're out of the norm. And of course, you have to look at, I guess, pre-COVID, pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID, because we know that had an enormous impact on the business community for everyone. So I would love that as follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you. And with that, I'm just double checking, we are going to thank the last panel of this hearing. I'm going to officially gavel us out of